on 8 out of 10 Cats. Twinkle, Winkle, Little Star, Claudia Winkleman. Happy Shappy, Shappy Corsandi. And 13 Captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Yummy Brummy, Jamelia. Would you Adam and Eve it? It's EastEnders Charlie Clements. And 13 Captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, Brits consume more than half of all the crisps eaten in the EU, and then when the EU isn't looking, we eat the rest of them. Pound for pound, the tongue is the strongest muscle in the body, is a terrible chat-up line. But it works. 25% of people have found romance in a pub. I'm not sure romance is exactly the right word in that context. I don't know many Barbara Cartland books that end, and then he did me in the gents with a curry-flavoured condom. And 9% of people regard their work as meaningless. Right, let's get on with this celebrity panel show about opinion poll surveys and statistics. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Jason, your team to go first. Oh. Jamelia, Charlie, what have the nation been talking about?
It's got to be snow, hasn't it?
It's absolutely got to be.
And what's funny is it's become a national story now. It's hit London. But we've had it for ages in the northwest. We've had it since about 1984.
Luckily, you don't go on about it.
You're enjoying it right now. You're at a stage where you're like, oh, look at it, it's all white, so we can build snowmen, and don't our gardens look like everyone else? Hell is coming, London. Hell is coming. You know, in Manchester, there's people, like, looting B&Q for sleighs and wellies. Like, rock salt has got a bigger street value than crack cocaine. It's not good.
Charlie, how are things in the square? How's Doc coping?
Yeah, I think she's all right. I don't know.
Because it's icy outside the Vic, isn't it?
Yeah. No, they're getting on all right, I think.
Of course they are. They recorded it months ago, so
yeah,
it's not snowing there, it's fine.
But no, they're doing stuff at the moment, which will come out in about 8 weeks, so that'll look a bit weird.
That's a shame, because everything else in EastEnders is so realistic. I've still yet to see snow. I've got no heating in my house, though.
No heating in your house?
No heating in my house.
You can't work the buttons, can you?
I basically...
You just press everything.
You know there's
Lights coming on.
How do you know that?
Shutters in the garage go...
And so I've got no heating in my house. So my kids are sleeping. We're all sleeping in the same bed, and I've put the kids in tights. And they wear tights, right? And one of them's only little.
OK, good.
Listen to that, listen to Claudia. That is as irrelevant as most of the news coverage. If you watch the news, the coverage of the news is just ridiculous. People go, and we're going live to a gritting depot in Cheshire. And there's a woman standing there going, yes, I'm outside the Cheshire gritting depot, and there's a lot of grit moving out. They're doing it all night, getting the grit on the road, so... back over to you in the studio. It's some snow. That's it.
You do watch it and think travel chaos, yeah? Why'd you bother going there, then?
Yes.
If there's such travel chaos, how have you got the film crews everywhere in the country? This is the worst affected area. We've just arrived with a camera.
Have you been out and done a snowman? Have you done the snowman, Sean?
I haven't done a snowman, no.
What are you suggesting?
You won't touch a snowman.
What do I do a snowman for? What sort of dirty bastard? Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could.
You've got kids, Jamelia. Were they off school?
My kids don't go to school.
Your kids don't go to school? No, it's for the best.
I homeschool them.
Sorry. Good.
Do you homeschool?
Not really.
I homeschool them.
Well, good luck, Jamelia's kids. So all the best with that.
What do you mean?
You homeschool them?
What do you wear?
You know what? No, I know.
What do you wear? Yeah, that was my first thought. What do you wear, Jamelia? A saucy school teacher's outfit?
I know how I come across on these panel shows, right? But I am actually intelligent. I would not. No, you know, I wouldn't do something like that. You know.
Are they not sick of you though? Like after spending all day with you, and then they get home. Well, they're at home.
Number one, we don't spend all day
Okay.
doing schooling because, like, children don't need the whole time, and we don't stay in the house either. Like, you know, sometimes we go to Tesco's.
Oh, where are we going tomorrow on our field trip? My mummy's getting a bikini wet. Good luck, kids. Shall we have a look and see whether the weather is one of the most talked about things this week? I have a feeling it might be. Of course. Yes, this is the news that Britain has been struck by the coldest winter for 30 years. Lots of areas are in trouble because they're running out of salt to grit the roads. But I'm OK, because I live in quite a posh area of North London, and we don't use salt, we use paprika. Sean, Chappie and Claudia, what have the nation been talking about?
Is it the introduction of body scanners at airports to stop... I suppose crafty is the wrong word. Terrorists. Taking bombs in their pants, and then trying to set light to them with matches. So, yeah, they're going to have... no, obviously, it's an intrusion of people's civil liberties, their privacy, that you would be photographed naked.
And apparently they can see everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the security staff, if they're going to see yours, you should be able to see theirs. So they should wear, like, a leather apron. Before you go into the booth, they go, come on, they go...
I think it should be a choice thing. You should be, you know, you might not want to see him, but if you want, you should have the option.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Yeah, but then there'll be, like, a massive queue for the, like, 22-year-old blonde girl, and then the 50-year-old fat bloke going, there's nobody coming to my one.
I know the reason for it, though, is because of the underwear bomber. The near miss.
Well,
because this man had a bomb in his underwear and he started smoking out of his bottom in the aeroplane, and they grabbed him and they dragged him off to first class, which is the way to get an upgrade.
That's nice.
He set light to his pants, didn't he?
Yeah.
His trousers. And it took a while. It was a guy 3 rows back. The other people sitting next to him just going, oh, he set light to his trousers. I was watching Mamma Mia, don't blame him. I did that the first time I saw it. I was, oh, Christ, let's just do something. Stop it.
It's a weird way to try and detonate. I think he should have got... The detonation device should have been someone pulling his finger. If he's going for full comedy effect. I've got a bomb in my pants, pull that.
That'd have been good, yeah.
Let's have a look and see whether airport scanners is one of the most talked about things this week. This is the news that airports in Britain are to introduce full-body scanners after a terrorist tried to blow up a plane on Christmas Day. I don't think they should be wasting money on body scanners. I think they should be spending that money on a bomb detector. Back over to you, Jason. What else have the nation been talking about this week?
I think Celebrity Big Brother.
Vinnie Jones, right?
Vinnie Jones, yeah.
Vinnie Jones. I've got nothing against Vinnie Jones.
No, best get that in early.
Best get His son is fighting in Afghanistan. You know, a lot of respect for that. And I read a quote from him saying that my son is ready for the perils of war. He's been brought up around guns and fishing rods.
It's a shit name for a band.
Who needs a fishing rod in Afghanistan going to war?
Well, sometimes you want to get your gun back, and it's all the way over there.
I was really disappointed with Ronnie Wood's ex-girlfriend because we were all sold her as this Russian babe. She was sold to us under false pretenses, and I think it should be renamed as I've slept with a celebrity Big Brother.
Yeah.
Because she slept with Ronnie Woods, Dane Bowers and Alex have slept with Jordan, Vinnie Jones slept with Guy Ritchie.
It's like they've booked everyone on Chico's phone. They said they want to make this the most volatile one ever. And I think the way to make it really volatile is they sit them all around a table and they all reveal how much they got. Because Vinnie Jones says he got 350k, and he gets round to Lady Sovereign, and she gets £25 top-up on her mobile phone.
And let's have a look and see whether Celebrity Big Brother is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Celebrity Big Brother has returned to our screens. There are 2 men in the Big Brother house that have slept with Katie Price. Of course, statistically, that was bound to happen. Sean, Claudia and Chappie, what else has the nation been talking about this week?
Jonathan Ross leaving the BBC. I reckon people have been talking about that.
BBC lost a lot of stars, haven't they? Wogan's gone, Tennant, Ross.
Yep.
All they've got is Bruce Forsyth, and with this cold weather... Claudia, you'll run the lot.
How would you know when Bruce is cold? He's always going...
I'll miss him.
You'll miss him.
I miss Jonathan Ross, yeah. But he causes a bit of controversy, doesn't he? And it's all got a bit too nicey-nicey.
I don't want him to leave.
You don't want him to leave?
No.
You might get his car parking space.
What am I going to do? This is a genuine question on Saturday morning. Genuinely. What am I going to do?
What are you going to do, Claudia? What about Four Puffs and the piano? Have they been going... We're still on, though, aren't we?
I think there's a very gloomy mood in Chariot Sauna this morning.
I find it really strange that he's, like, quit, like, everything to do with the BBC. Like... Oh, I forgot my question.
OK.
You're homeschooling him, you say?
It's in the middle of a maths lesson. It's 7 over 6 is divided by... Yeah,
Let's have a look and see whether Jonathan Ross quitting the BBC is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the news that Jonathan Ross has quit the BBC. There's talk of Graham Norton being shunted into Jonathan Ross's slot late on Friday night. These showbiz types, I don't know. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it them trying to get rid of Brown again, aren't they? Hoon and Hewitt have decided they don't like him, and they sort of went, everybody's with us! Come on, let's get rid of Brown! And they all went, I'm all right, thanks.
Claudia, what do you think of Gordon Brown? Do you like him?
I do like him.
It's OK. No, that's fine. Fine to say that.
Yeah, I really like Gordon Brown, and I thought the coup was ridiculous. It wasn't a coup. It was less meaningful than a tweet.
Yeah.
It was just a...
You wouldn't even get rid of an Arcala with that coup, would you? Hello, Prime Minister.
He gets hated for, like, the most ridiculous reasons. I read he was voted worst-dressed man. Yes! In a magazine. I thought, well, at least he's won something. He'll always have that.
Yeah, but I like that. I like the fact he wears a bloody tie instead of that Cameron, who's like some sort of cool geography teacher sitting on the end of your desk like, call me Dave, call me Dave. Wear a tie. You look like you've been on a night out with Jamie Cullum, you prick.
I just think that they're just a bit boring, and I just think there could be a little bit, you know, more fun. I've met Gordon Brown's wife quite a few times, and she's really lovely, and she's invited me to the house for breakfast 3 times, and I've said no, because I just think it's going to be boring. Like, no,
Maybe you'd like to be strapped into a gyroscope, do you mean, and just span around? This is more like it!
I would just
Now
like
turn on the foam cannon.
Okay.
I love it round here.
I just honestly thought that it would just be boring. This is a normal, what do you call it, like a maison terraced house? Like, it's just on the street.
It's number 10 Downing Street.
Matt, what's inside, really? What's going to be inside? It's just a normal house.
It's the number 10.
Yeah, but so he's going to have this brown table and brown chairs.
It's not a normal house. Because his name's Brown, everything isn't Brown. He's not Mr. Brown. I can't believe you're a teacher. Someone get me social services on the phone. We're pulling those kids out of there.
I've been round there, I've been Gordon Brown. I went out, he's got a log flume in his bedroom. Brilliant. He said, come on, Sean. I said, I'm voting for you, Gordon! This is brilliant! And then he gave me a big hot dog, biggest one I've ever seen. And he said, you could have ice cream on it if you want. I went, and he said, don't use the toilet, just wet yourself. I went,
So let's have a look and see whether the attempted coup on Gordon Brown is one of the most talked about things this week. So, those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, it's been announced that there'll be a special bank holiday in 2012 to mark the Queen's Diamond Jubilee. What better way to commemorate the Queen's 60 years on the throne than by spending the day sitting on your arse doing fuck all? There'll be a parade of veterans, a commemorative horse race, and Prince Charles will mark the occasion by punching a wall so hard he breaks his hand. It's been reported that Susan Boyle has already made £5 million from the release of her first album. I bet that put a smile on her arse. Or face, or whatever she's calling it. And in their third test against South Africa, England's cricketers battled to a thrilling draw in what some people are already suggesting is the worst use of the word thrilling in history. So at the end of that round, Sean, Claudia and Shappy have 2 points, Jason, Charlie and Jamelia have 3 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Sean, Claudia and Shappy, your turn first.
Oh, yeah.
What do you like the look of?
Oh, the magician's hat.
You've chosen the magician. Here's a clip to illustrate the question.
As a professional magician for the past 16 years, I've seen firsthand the powerful effect that magic can have on the opposite sex. On this video, you'll see as we took a group of non-magicians, taught them the tricks, and let them loose. So let's watch now and see as they flirt with magic.
Excuse me, I was wondering if you happen to have lost this pen.
No, it's not mine.
Are you sure?
The thing.
This pen right here?
No.
Yeah, how about meeting me back here at 11 o'clock for a drink or so?
No, no. How do I know you're not some sort of a weirdo?
I'm not a weirdo.
That's the cigarette. 'Cause all I need you to do is blow on the cigarette when I count to 3. Watch. 1, 2, 3, blow. Look, gone.
Oh, my God. So what else can you make disappear?
Flirting with magic there. OK, here's your related question.
OK.
67% of people believe in magic. True or false?
What?
Like wizards, like Harry Potter wizards.
Like wizards, Harry Potter, that sort of thing, Jesus, that sort of caper.
I think that there is magical things going on.
What sort of magical things?
Not telling you.
Oh, come on.
Well, I believe that the sky isn't the sky.
What do you think it is?
It's something else.
Really?
Unless the 67% of the people were children, that's impossible. Like, everybody knows. Disappearing is like an illusion. Card tricks is, card
But
trick.
some people do genuinely believe that David Bale...
That's
Find me one
rubbish.
person over the age of 5.5 who believes in
What about Darren Brown? Because he always says at the beginning, this isn't magic, and then he does loads of things that you're like, that was magic?
I think it was magic that he you know, the lottery numbers.
Yeah,
he picked the lottery numbers after they'd been announced. I thought that was amazing. That
pretty-
convinced people that was a trick.
The thing with Darren Brown is that it's not just that he can do these things, it's that everybody in here, if you met Darren Brown and he started talking to you, you'd be thinking, what's he doing to me mind? Like, it's almost more important sometimes. If I was Darren Brown and everyone thought I could do anything, if I saw someone asleep on the train, say, I'd have a little wander over, right? I'd pull my pants down, right? I'd give him a little nudge, I'd go, thanks for that, mate, and then walk off, and he'd be...
OK, 67% of people believe in magic. True or false? What are you going to go with?
It's true.
True, yes.
OK, you're going to go true.
counts.
You're going to go...
I reckon it's true.
Are 67% of people asked mental?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we should go against them at least.
Do you think?
Let's
Time?
go false. Sorry, Bradley. I mean, just... I couldn't do that.
Sorry, Bradley?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you know that, like, the whole time I've been sat here, don't call him Bradley, don't call him Bradley, the whole time. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
OK, we'll go with false then. I don't even
OK.
know what's happening
Well, I can tell you that the answer is false.
Ooh, OK.
I can tell you that only 33% of people believe in magic. Saying you don't believe in magic, but you do believe in God, is a bit like saying you don't have sex with dogs, except Labradors. Which, by the way, is a very good rule of thumb. Jason, Jamelia and Charlie, or Bradley, whatever you want to be called. OK, what do you like the look of?
Well, it seems a shame not to go with Albert Square, doesn't
Exactly.
it?
Let's go Albert Square. Brilliant, OK. You have chosen Albert Square. We asked our studio audience, and the audience this evening, what they preferred, EastEnders or Coronation Street.
Oh, God.
What do you think they said?
I reckon, as we're down south, Enders.
So, did you kill him? Did you kill Archie?
I can't tell you.
Can't you tell us?
No, it's shrouded in secrecy.
Do you know if
I
he
don't
did it?
even know.
Do you know if he did
I've
it?
never seen that. It's
How weird would that be?
Nobody knows who did it.
It's like a documentary to you, isn't it?
Pretty out of it. Might as well be.
Your life,
Yeah,
innit?
I'll just turn up and yeah.
Why is everyone in a pub at lunchtime? Why is there no Starbucks? What are we doing in a cafe?
Why is there a laundrette? Why has nobody got a washing machine?
How can you make a living selling 6 apples a week?
I'll come back to this.
That show's got the lowest carbon footprint on the planet, hasn't it? It never goes anywhere. You just go across the square and back.
Jamelia, do you watch soaps?
I do like EastEnders, Bradley. But... Sorry, Charles.
You were so confident as well. You even gave him a cheeky wink of Bradley. OK, let's get you both to have a little guess. OK, we asked our studio audience, what do they prefer, EastEnders or Coronation Street? What are you going to go with, Sean?
Got to be EastEnders.
Yeah.
I have to say, I love EastEnders, and it's like my football team. Like, even when it's shit, I stay with it. So I reckon EastEnders is the most popular amongst the audience here.
I'll go with you. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
OK, fine. And what are you going to go for, Jason?
I'm going to go for Enders.
You're going to go for Enders?
Yeah.
I can tell you that 76% of our studio audience prefer EastEnders. You're both right. Unfortunately, I do sometimes miss the occasional episode of EastEnders because I'm not bedbound without the use of my arms or in prison. So at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Sean's team and 5 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. New Year's resolution that's most difficult to keep.
Not smoking. Do you know what pees me off a bit about people who want to stop smoking? You just stop, don't you? Like, if you don't want to do something, just don't do it.
I can imagine you going around rehabilitation centres with that drug addicts going, just stop!
Say I want to give up chocolate.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine liking chocolate enough that I would go, like, outside just to eat a piece of chocolate. Like, how nice can smoking be?
Everyone outside pubs at the Dairy Milk time.
But have you seen those booths at, like, airports and stuff where they all go in and it's like you can't even see anyone in there and they're all like...
There's one bloke with a boost.
I just be nicer was my one.
Good luck with that.
Just generally? Generally. No way. That's winning.
It's a shame it wasn't Be Creepier, because...
I think the answer is going to the gym, because the gym is rubbish and everyone knows it. Any kind of movement is just wank.
Yeah, no, that's a very specific
from
kind
that,
of movement. Yeah, I can tell you that's absolutely right.
Hey, come on!
Yes, the most difficult New Year's resolution to keep is to do more exercise. This year I'm pledging to get my body in shape. All I have to do now is pick a shape. I'm thinking of pears. Britain's favourite zoo animal.
Pandas. Pandas, because you like anything that's having less sex than you, don't you?
My 3-year-old, all she wants to see is a pigeon. Mummy, fingers crossed, we see a pigeon. I've just paid your entry
She's
fee.
definitely your daughter.
If in 40 years we see a woman walking around in tights in Trafalgar Square... that's one of the Winklemans.
I had a really traumatic experience. We went to a zoo and I was there with my daughters and stuff, you know, lovely day out with the family. And there was a baboon, I'm not lying out, and he was like...
Oh, yeah.
And he threw the...
Oh.
Salty
I
stuff.
swear, at us, like... Should I tell you what the worst thing was? Like...
The worst thing?
No, the thing is, like...
I got baboon spunk thrown at me. Do you know what the worst thing was?
My daughter was like, oh, Mummy, what was it doing? And I was just like, no, I don't know. I didn't actually. I still haven't answered the question to this day.
That is not uncommon at a zoo. Monkeys they do like to knock one out.
But...
That is why people like the monkeys.
Really, I think it would be wrong. That would be wrong if... I mean, fair enough, the baboon's doing what he's doing. If they then put, like, a sort of, like, sequin Stetson on the baboon and then flashing lights going on and music, like, and the baboon's there with a light show. And there was people going around with drinks.
And another baboon with a pint pot collecting pound coins. OK, favourite zoo animal?
Is it a lion?
It's not a lion, but you're closer with a lion.
Is it?
Tiger.
Tiger is exactly right.
No way.
Yeah. No, tiger is the right answer. Yeah, Britain's favourite zoo animal is the tiger. Ooh, look at me, I'm a tiger, look at my stripes, said one jealous lion. That sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Claudia and Chappie have 5 points, Jason, Charlie and Jamelia have 5 points. It's a dead heat, everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us, good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, the talented Mrs. Ripley, Faye Ripley. She's sunny and funny, Josie Long. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, he's out of the den, Peter Jones. Who's a funny boy then? Jack Whitehall. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, people in Sheffield have the most fillings and missing teeth in Britain? Finally, something to go on that Welcome to Sheffield poster. 34% of the under 30s don't know how to wire a plug. It's easy. Dad, how'd you wire a plug? 7% of men say they've taken credit for work they didn't do. And that's according to a poll I conducted myself earlier today. And 60% of teenagers say they only go to church for weddings and christenings and claim they don't know nothing about no lead on no roof. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean's team first. What do you think the nation have been talking about?
There are people still moaning about the snow.
Well, some people are slightly more moany than others.
Brilliant thing on the news. Another bloke was being interviewed on the news the other day, and he was saying, he said, my bins haven't been emptied for a month. And the way he said it was like a euphemism. Nobody's come round to empty my bins. They haven't even given them a lick. I wouldn't mind if someone just came round and just jiggled my bins.
Faye, have your bins been emptied recently?
They were. There was a lack of bin men, and I had left out a big load of beer for them for Christmas, which was still there until earlier this morning.
So they have sex with you for beer?
Where did the sex bit come into it?
Oh, I was thinking of my euphemism.
Yeah, I think you were sticking
It was
it
just
on.
in our heads.
Oh.
Yeah.
But in our heads, it was going brilliantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm now cleared out, as it were.
Have you been affected by the snow, Josie?
I tell you what I saw. I was walking along the road just after it snowed and everyone was moaning about lack of grit. I saw someone had taken it into their own hands and what they'd done was they put loads of flour on the drive and then when they run out of flour, they put loads of oats and then they put loads of sugar. And I was really expecting to see, just next to that, a baker frozen to death. Just...
I've got my own salt. I use these little sachets of salt. What I do is I sprinkle a bit like that. Right, then I get another one out.
I get really pissed off. I get really pissed off by the whole, like, panic buying stuff that everyone talks about, like, panic buying, because there's a food shortage, people go out and they panic buy bread, eggs and milk. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like panic buying in a food shortage. That's quite intelligent buying. Panic buying would be if you went out to the shops during a food shortage and came back with, like, a copy of 40 Towers and a dildo. I panicked!
Is there a business opportunity here, Peter?
What, with dildos?
No. Although...
you know what I've seen, though? I don't know whether everybody else thinks the same, but this weather, you've got some nutters on the road.
I did see the two guys that drove on the canal this week. Did you see that?
Great, wasn't it?
You know, the best thing about the story, so it was guys, they got their car, whatever it was, a little tiny Citroen, they drove it along a canal and it went into the water and it reported that they both made it out alive, and so did the dog. They took a dog.
Maybe the dog was driving. That's why they're on the canal. You know, sometimes you go to your dog, go on, you have a go. Sellotape his paws to the wheel. I'll do the gears, don't worry about the pedals. That's what happened.
Let's have a look and see whether the cold weather is still one of the most talked about things. Yes, of course it is. Yes, this is the news that the UK is still in the midst of the coldest winter for 30 years. A headmaster in Hampshire claims some pupils are struggling to make it into school because of the bad weather. He said of the 320 sitting maths A-level, 280 were in the exam hall when the exam started. Another 30 turned up 20 minutes later. 4 people went to the toilet, but only 3 returned. Then 42 left the building. How many were there at the end of the exam? Many people in the north have been bulk buying food because they're fat, greedy bastards.
What's that about? Well, just because people are buying milk and bread, we like milky bread. What's that?
Milky bread, yeah, bulk buying in Greggs.
We love it. Greggs is still open. They don't care if it's snowing. It's great. You can just slide straight in and put a pasty straight in your mouth.
Jason, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
The election battle heats up, apparently, because there's no other news. They've gone, there's an election in 6 months, and that's one of the stuff. So even, like, the Lib Dems have had to come up with proper policies, you know, because when you've got no chance of winning, you can basically say what you want, can't you? So for ages, they've been going, yeah, Jaffa Cakes will be one of your 5 a day, and everyone can have a rope slide to work. You know what I mean?
Who's your money on in the election, Faye?
I'm very much enjoying the idea that the Labour Party of giving voters presents if they vote for them. They've said that they'll give poor people laptops, which is very nice. Is he going to give them Wiis as well, maybe? Some chocolate?
Give everyone a little bit of chocolate.
I'll just give you a little bit of chocolate if you vote for me.
He might empty their bins.
Gordon Brown got a laugh in Parliament this week. He got a laugh. This is the easiest gig you've ever seen, right? He basically said that Hune and Hewitt, he was going to put them down a salt mine. Yeah, I know. That was the gag, right? He says he's going to put them down a salt mine for what they've done in last week, and it got a laugh. I was like, they're laughing at that shit. They should watch an episode of You've Been Framed. They'll have an heart attack.
Let's have a look and see whether the election is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the nation's been talking about the imminent election. This week, Brown told backbenchers, I'm not our team, I'm one of the team. And remember, Gordon, there's no I in team. Or in your left socket. Sean, Josie and Faye, what else have the nation been talking about?
What have they been talking about, girls?
Don't
know why I put that voice on now.
Celebrity Big Brothers.
Really? Did you watch that?
No, I don't have time. I do not have time in my life for CBB. The CBBC, yes. CBB, no time. No time.
There was a really sinister bit with Base Hunter the other night where he was sat there and there's been obviously a thing between him and Katia, and she went, oh, wouldn't it be really funny if we still were, like, lying together in the same bed and then we got tucked in by Stephanie, and he went, and nobody does this in real life, he said, yes, that would be funny. And then she walked out, and then to himself just went, very funny. like a bad guy in a Bond film.
I love the fact that Katia has gone from Ronnie Wood to Bass Hunter as well. It's like such a musical downgrade.
She's seen Ronnie Wood naked. That can't be nice. I imagine it's like him naked. It's like, you know, like if you have a box of KFC after you've thrown the bones back in.
That's probably what it looks like.
Just a bit of bone and some flesh on it and some knuckles.
Let's have a look and see whether Big Brother is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Celebrity Big Brother continues. This week, Katia, Heidi and Lady Sovereign were all up for eviction. And it was difficult to know who to choose, but I think I'd have to say kill Heidi, shag Katia and marry Lady Sovereign. Jason, Jack and Peter, what else have the nation been talking about?
Is it Iris Robinson. The lady...
Mrs.
Robinson, who had the affair with the 19-year-old boy. And then they revealed in the newspapers that she gave him 50 grand and he spent it on a cafe.
Apparently she arranged for him to have the money. She didn't give him the money.
It's like, he's 19 years old. What a weirdo. When I was 19, if I was given 50 grand, I would amass an armada of pornography and then wank myself into a coma.
She wanted to have sex with him or something, and he said, I can't. I've got testicular cancer.
I like the idea that he might have gone, oh, we can't see each other anymore, I've got cancer. And she went, no, it's fine. He went, of the balls? I can't do it anymore.
But that is... I mean, we've all been there, haven't we, when we're breaking up with someone and you pretend that you've got a disease that's going to kill you, don't you? And then it's embarrassing, isn't it, 6 months later when you bump into them and they're like, I thought you were dying and that. No, it's just cold. Just a cold.
I mean, it's just sex, though. I mean, she's 60, he's 19. They've got a lot in common. Like, they're both growing their first moustache.
It is a bit sexist, the whole thing with this Miss Robinson thing, because if it was a guy that had done it, you wouldn't even be able to get a statement out of him, because he'd be too busy getting a high five off everyone he'd ever met.
I'd just like to apologise to... Sorry. With you in a minute. Let's have a look and see whether Peter Robinson is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Peter Robinson, Northern Ireland's First Minister, has announced that he'll be stepping down for 6 weeks to look after family matters. I feel sorry for him. Not only has he got these family matters to attend to, but his wife has been caught giving £50,000 to a teenager she's been fucking. Never rains, but it pours, eh, Peter? One more thing to get fingers on buzzers. Oh, Sean.
Well, I thought stop and search. They've banned stop and search. Well, a couple won a case where so the police are no longer allowed to stop and search.
There was a couple I read that got paid £30,000 worth of compensation because they got wrongly stopped and searched. For 30 grand, I would let someone stop and search the inside of my arse.
Are you in?
Oh, no.
Peter, what you should have said is I'll put in 10%. See if I like it, and then I'll make a commitment.
I was pulled over by the police once for speeding. I got out very nervous and my trousers fell down. I was standing in my pants and my button had gone at the same moment that I burst out of the car.
I bet you didn't get a ticket, did you?
I got 3 points on my licence. I was wearing my big period pants. That might have had something to do with it.
Although, you know, I don't mind.
You don't mind a bigger pant?
I don't mind a larger pant. I'm fine with that.
I wish you'd stopped and searched.
I just might. Things seem to be going pretty well.
Did they search you as well? Did they search you as well?
No, there was no need. He could see everything.
I see.
I can tell you stop and search wasn't one of the most talked about things this week. Right, fingers on buzzers.
Google have come out and threatened to pull out of China. But I think it's all a publicity stunt, though.
Think?
Well, because there's 330 million people online in China. It's one of the biggest markets out there. They've got 30% market share at the moment. I'm a bit serious, aren't I? But it's true.
Google, it's not just Google, is it? Like, over there, you can't even get YouTube. There's 1 billion Chinese people who have never seen that fat bloke pretending he's a Jedi. Can you imagine Google stopping? Just for a second. Imagine they went, well, and we're pulling out of Britain. Imagine that. It'd be like the beginning of the apocalypse. You couldn't even search for another search engine.
Oh. I'd rather lose a lung.
Be back to wandering around in the woods looking for porn under trees.
I know. The reason they got Larry in the first place, wasn't it? Because people had their, like, Gmails hacked into. Yeah. It's like, I can completely sympathise with that, because I had my Gmail hacked into like, a couple of weeks ago, and it sent out an email to everyone I'd ever met, asking them whether they wanted to buy reasonably priced Ugg boots. And it gets so annoying, because everyone's like, oh, yeah, your email's been hacked into. Eventually, I got bored. I was just like, no, actually, it hasn't been hacked into. I just bought really good Ugg boots, and I wanted to pass on the good news.
Who thought it was a good idea to start sending spam porn emails? Like, you're already on the internet. I don't need you to go, do you want some porn? I wasn't thinking about it, but now you've mentioned it, yes, I do.
You two look at a lot of porn, don't you?
Yeah.
You're not getting... There's much more to life. Young lads like you should be out on a windswept hill with a kite. Have you never played table tennis? It's a marvellous game. You should get out of the house, have a game of table tennis or something like that.
Let's have a look and see whether Google threatening to pull out of China is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the news that Google is thinking of withdrawing from China. In China, Google is a very modern way of finding out information. The previous method of finding things out was bamboo under fingernails. Where can I see a video of a cat on a skateboard? You've got to tell me. I can't do a Chinese voice, so I'm doing this one instead. So those were the most talked about stories this week. And in other news, good news for the fans of the collapse of civilization, the 5th series of Dancing on Ice has started on ITV. I'd just like to say to the competitors, break a leg. That would be good telly. And former government spin doctor Alistair Campbell has appeared in front of the Iraq inquiry. Sadly, the inquiry failed to ask Alistair Campbell the key question we all wanted to know the answer to. How do you sleep at night, you fucking monster? At the end of that round, Sean, Faye and Josie have 2 points. Jason, Peter and Jack have 3 points. So our next round is Pick of the Polls. Jason, Peter and Jack, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
We'll pick the moody girl.
So you've chosen the picture of the angry-looking child.
Yes.
Here's a clip from the American version of Wife Swap to illustrate the question.
At the Hollands, Joy jumps into action and forces the family to junk the junk.
Definitely no cheese in the can. Very happy to be throwing this away.
It's bacon.
No, I want my bacon. I gotta tell you something. Bacon is good for me. That's not how she can do it in our family. She's act like she's the queen and we're the sorry people. Joy, I have been nice to you, but now I'm coming to the edge.
I promise you one thing, okay? If you do not have at least one food that you like, I will buy you a piece of junk. Is that a deal?
No, I keep losing at deals, and I don't want to make a deal anymore. I am leaving, and you can't stop me. I'm packing my bags. She's really trying to stop me, but she can't run in those little high heels. See this face again.
That's from the American version of Wife Swap. He looks very young to be married. Here is your question. 21% of parents have used a parenting tip from a TV programme. True or false?
Actually specific parenting shows?
I reckon I have, from Nanny.
Well, there's a few. There was Nanny...
Super Nanny.
There was Super Nanny.
Sit on the step. You know
the naughty step.
The naughty step. I've used that.
So where's your naughty step?
I've got a couple of stairs in the house.
I would imagine you've got loads,
a choice.
haven't you? Yeah.
I've got 5 kids, so I can send them off in different staircases.
My two are, you know, are only 5 months, so they're not really naughty, are they? I mean,
they're twins.
They're twins,
so they're
yeah.
naughty. But do you really think that you could tell your 5-month-old off at this stage? Don't you think it's a bit early to start telling them to sit on the naughty step?
No, I mean, no, just put them on the naughty step. Just lie them down. Like a rocker on the naughty step. One of them does cry more than the other one, right? And than our favourite one. And there's one crying. The other one sometimes does look at me like, she is doing my head right. I'm siding with her a little bit, going, I know, it's mad, isn't it?
I saw a programme the other day and it said you shouldn't lie. You should never lie to your children. Which is an insane thing to say because, you know, things like when they say, like, you know, are there monsters under my bed? Well, you'd say, no, there aren't monsters under my bed. And they say, are there monsters outside? You go, well, they are, but they don't look like monsters. They're ordinary men and women who can do terrible things.
Did you get to stay up late to watch the show this evening? Lovely Uncle Sean's got some stories, hasn't he? 21% of parents have used a parenting tip from a TV programme, true or false? So what are you going to go with, Jason?
I think it's probably right.
Yeah, true.
You're going to go true? OK,
Yep.
Sean, what are you saying?
Well, I like a bit of fun, a bit of a gambler. They call me the gambler. Come on, ladies, let's roll.
What do we...
Yeah, we'll go the opposite, what they said.
OK.
For a bit of fun.
OK, I can tell you the answer is true.
Oh.
Yes, 21% of parents have used a tip from a TV programme. The best parenting tip I ever got was to test the temperature of the bath using a baby's elbow. OK, Sean's team, what do you like the look of?
The 2 fingers, the God, the creation of the universe.
OK, you've chosen God. In a poll to find the most famous person in the world, God came second. Who came top?
The most famous... It's got to be someone unexpected.
No, it has to be someone famous.
And in the world.
Unexpected would be someone not famous.
That'd be good, like Cliff.
Oh, Trevor Collins. Trevor Collins, who's he? Well, I think he works for Autoglass or something.
Be awkward at dinner if it's Jesus, wouldn't it? I bet he'd rub it in his face. Ah! I'm the most famous dad in your face. Ah!
Where's Jesus from again? Where was he born again?
He's local.
Would it be like David Beckham?
No, it's quite low down.
Might it be the Queen?
Might it be the Queen? It might have been the Queen.
Simon Cowell.
Is the right answer.
No.
Yes, I can tell you it's Simon Cowell. So in a poll to find the most famous person in the world, God lost out to Simon Cowell. Another small victory for the Dark Lord in the eternal battle between good and evil. So at the end of that round, it's 2 points for Sean's team and 5 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Most common social faux pas.
Is it saying goodbye to somebody and then walking in the same direction for a bit? I'll see you later, all right?
I know a real bad one from my point of view, because I'm lucky enough to fly in a jet. My little daughter, Isabella, she's 3. She's never flown on a commercial plane before, and we went to Barbados. And then walking on the plane, we're getting taken to our seats. And she turns around and says in the loudest possible voice, "Daddy, what are all these people doing on our plane?"
Did you just put some money in her mouth?
My daughter's never been on a commercial plane. Imagine people watching Channel 4 on a Friday night are thinking, oh, finally someone we can relate to. Most common social faux pas, come on.
Is it murder?
Is there anything you want to tell us?
Is it twanging your mother-in-law's bra strap?
That's all right.
Gene?
To do with manners?
Thank yous and not saying thank you.
Not saying thank you is the right answer. Yes, the most common social faux pas is not saying thank you. Of course, the term faux pas is French, as is not saying thank you. Greatest idea ever.
Don't tell him.
What was the band that you signed up?
Hamfatter.
Hamfatter. Can you get me tickets to see them at Wembley?
They're a great band.
Where are they,
I
though?
couldn't get anybody to play their music.
The other thing, you invested in a wheelie bin lid lifter. Ooh. Did you invest in that to make it easier to throw away the other things you'd invested in?
I invested in Levi Roots. Who must have heard of reggae sauce?
Big time, yeah. I walk past it all the time.
He's the most...
Oh, yeah, Muscat. No, I'll go with something I trust and know. That's what
I've got a sauce.
That sounds horrible.
I've got a sauce. It's called Sean's Secret Sauce. That's a very secret recipe. I make it at midnight when I'm drunk. I switch the lights off in the kitchen. I just make it like that. Some weeks it's delicious. Some weeks it's poisonous. So I'm going to make loads. I'm going to make millions. Because if you talk to Levi Roots, a fellow saucier...
Well, he sung for his sauce. Do you remember that? Put some music in my food today. Give me some reggae sauce.
Yeah.
Nice. What's your song?
My song. Sean Sauce.
OK, greatest ever idea.
I reckon it's Sainsbury's self-service checkout, or the buy one, get 5 for free system. I haven't bought anything for, like, months. Like, 10 bags and then a receipt for a packet of Froobs. It's brilliant.
If you do it wrong, it starts to shout at you, and it tells everybody in the shop.
But it's funny.
Something's on the scales, that's wrong! You're like, all right! In the shop!
Next ever idea, saying something back to someone that they've just said in a bit of a mocking voice.
Like what?
That.
I think it might be the wheel.
The wheel is the right answer.
Yes.
The uptake of the wheel utterly transformed Mesopotamia in the 4th millennium BC and Ireland in the 1950s. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Faye and Josie have 3 points, Jason, Peter and Jack have 6 points. They're the winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Cats. Morning Glory, Johnny Vaughn. First Lady of Sport, Gabby Logan. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Britain's Golden Girl, Denise Lewis. The Right Reverend, John Bishop. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to the 8 out of 10 Cats Sports Special, a show about survey statistics and this week, sport. Did you know, for example, there are 336 dimples on a regulation golf ball, which is why they're so adorable. The biggest participation sport in the world is fishing. Of course, a lot of the participants are fish, and they're not happy about it. Chinese gymnast Lu Li is the smallest person ever to compete in the Olympic Games. Lu Li was just 4 foot 3 inches tall. Wow-wee. Was the second smallest. And 63% of people think Serena Williams is better looking than Venus. I'm going to be diplomatic and say I think they're both lovely-looking fellas. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've given the British public a list of 50 memorable sporting moments. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most memorable sporting moments. Jason, your team first.
We won the World Cup. That's got to be it.
Yeah, that's right.
The one thing that we remember was 1966 and the golden-haired boy Bobby Moore lifting that cup.
I like the way that it's lifted alongside 2 world wars. Like it's sort of equal importance.
But it's lucky we won it. Can you imagine that song? Like, 2 world wars and a couple of semi-finals.
England 1966. So I'm not old enough to remember it. Gabby, what was it like?
About. The ball was heavier then, though, wasn't it? It's light now, the ball. It moves around, you skill to control it. The ball in '66 was like basically kicking a suitcase around. It's really heavy. You probably need a wheelbarrow to get it over the line. So the very fact they got it up the Germans' end was quite an achievement.
Do you rate our chances for 2010 in South Africa?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a bit of a cliche, but I think this is the best chance we've had. But, of course, that means we won't progress from the group now that I've just said that. But we've got an easy group as well, so...
Wayne Rooney is our biggest hope. He's the best English player and he's also the only man who can grow a beard that's red when his hair isn't. I think that is just, in its own right, that should give him a medal.
He looks like he could grow it in about 4 minutes.
Oh, definitely.
He just goes, I fancy a beard.
Have we been practising penalties, though? That's the big... You know what I mean? That is hard,
I can't
isn't
believe
it?
when they get to the final... I don't know anything about football, but when
Get
they get...
out.
You just watch the final and they go, I don't think they spent enough time practising penalties. Surely that happens in a footballer's life. When they're off the PlayStation for half an hour, they go, we should try and kick it a goal.
Yeah, but you can't replicate. It's the nerves, isn't it? You know, Denise has performed in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
You can replicate it.
You can't replicate
You
the
can
nerves.
replicate. That's nonsense. And they say that, so you can't represent that intense pressure. What you do is you say to an England player, right, you take a penalty. If you miss, we're going to shoot you.
We know the World Cup win 66 is going to be up there somewhere. Let's have a look and see where. Controversially, England winning the World Cup in 1966 only came second in our poll of the most memorable sporting moments. The Queen, of course, was in the crowd to support her countrymen. Sadly, the Germans lost. Sean, Gabby and Johnny, your turn to guess. Most memorable sporting moment.
I think, for me, something that was... I always loved the London Marathon anyway. I think it's the most beautiful, you know, mass participation event, people running for all these different reasons. It's the most wonderful movie. You got that theme tune. And they had it in slow-mo, just seeing Paula Radcliffe reach down, pull aside a gusset and have a shit on the moon. For my money, iconic. 950 toilets on that place. She's 5 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
She can shit on the run like that. She was hanging on since mile 16, which is a great effort.
Maybe it was tactical. Maybe she's thinking, I'm running ahead here, but what if someone catches me up? I'll leave it behind me so they slip on it like Mario Kart. When you play Mario Kart and you leave a banana behind you.
It's not slipping, though. Imagine you've run a marathon, you've run 21 miles, you're chasing someone in front, and you run up and you see a log, you think, she's even stopped to have a shit. That's how far ahead she is.
What I liked afterwards was the debate of whether it was urine or the hard stuff.
Paula Radcliffe she blamed it on some whole wheat pasta and salmon she had the night before. I think that settles the argument. No one pisses salmon. Denise, 200 metres, have you ever stopped and... No.
I think I had more chance actually doing it in the long jump if I were to go.
The long jump, of course, because it's a sandpit. You find you can blame it on the cat.
They just... Absolutely. No one would be none the wiser.
But can I just ask you, Denise, because, we can all take the piss, but we've not been professional athletes. Did all the professional fraternity of athletes go, it's just one of those things? Or did everyone go, look, it's Pissy Pants Paula again? Because I can't believe this is the only time it's ever happened.
No,
Go on. Yeah, no, do definitely say.
Name them.
Sonia O'Sullivan.
Sonia O'Sullivan?
She had diarrhoea.
She had diarrhoea. She had the runs while she was running.
Yes.
Perfect.
And there's been a weightlifter in the middle of a snatch.
I could imagine, though, because some of their faces look as if it's happening anyway.
Do you remember the commentary, though? Because they kind of didn't want to say what was happening, did they? So...
Well, they're not going to, are they, Gary? Paula Radcliffe stops for a shit. Doing on the march. Paula Radcliffe now getting her to describe, reads back the gusset, and out comes the turd. The weird thing was, about a year later, she's had a baby. I thought, she should do that on the go. The New York Marathon, Paula coming out, 9 months pregnant, out she goes. Whack goes the gusset, into labour, baby on the road, on she goes.
I can tell you it's not on our list, but during the 2005 London Marathon, Paula Radcliffe stopped by the side of the road to relieve herself. After 22 miles, she hit the wall and the gutter and splashed the inside of her leg. It's difficult for girls. OK, back over to Jason's team.
You've got to think of Usain Bolt. It's got to be up there.
Usain Bolt,
He's
of course.
got to be in there.
OK, go on. What's Usain? What's your views on Usain?
He ran 100 metres in 9.69 seconds. I can't even get off the couch in 9.69 seconds.
I only saw half of it because I was making love to the wife.
He sort of slowed down near the end, like he was taking the piss.
Someone said he slowed down because he knew he was going to win it and break the Olympic record, but he slowed down and did all that business because he knew then the next year he'd be offered quite a lot of money to go to other Grand Prix events and then break the record there.
No, of course not. He just wants to be the best, a legend. He's already a phenomenon.
But he broke his own record. Where's the fun in that? You know what I mean? Take that, me. I think what you should do is go, right, I'm clearly the fastest human. Who's next? Greyhounds. I'm going to beat you. Who's next? Horses. Come on, bring it on.
Let's have a look and see whether Usain Bolt is one of the most memorable sporting moments. Yes, Usain Bolt smashing the 100 metres world record at the Beijing Olympics is the 5th most memorable sporting moment. 9.69 seconds. It begs the question, how fast can a human being run 100 metres? Let's put Colleen Nolan at one end of a track and an Iceland party platter at the other and find out once and for all. Sean, Johnny and Gabby, what else have the nation been talking about?
We're going to go, I think, a slightly different route, shall we, Sean?
Yes, go on, Gabby.
We're coming up to the Winter Olympics in Vancouver, and Torvill and Dean, possibly the greatest Winter Olympic moment for Great Britain
and also strictly ice dance, whatever that crap is. That's got people interested in ice skating again. They've been showing
They think about it.
Yes.
It's in their head.
They're very lucky. Most ice skaters, you can be the best in the world at ice skating. There's no money in it. You can be the world champion, but in 6 months' time, you'll be going backwards at the NEC in a goofy costume like that guy. There's no money in it at all. And I don't understand why there's no sponsorship. You've noticed they never have sponsorship on their costumes. And I think it'd be good if they had it on their gusset. You know when they lift them up? And you lift it up, and the gusset just said, like, Subway.
OK, let's see if Torvill and Dean is one of the most memorable sporting events. Come on. Yes, incredibly, Torvill and Dean is the nation's most memorable sporting event. It's surprising, but it was watched by 24 million people. I'm not knocking ice dancing. I just think if it's going to be Olympic sport, we should also include ballroom dancing, teabagging and bin finger. Fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to get. OK, Sean.
Is it where Colchester got that draw with
Liverpool, Ronnie Radford.
in the Freight Rover Trophy in '83, and there was 60 minutes left on the clock, and they managed to pull one back, and that was fine. They managed to hold on right to the very end of the game. Is it when Mike Tyson he took a bite out of Evander Holyfield's ear? I think that would be top actually, because that was the most shocking thing I've ever seen in
I interviewed Evander Holyfield, and he said, and he said that he had no
So
idea.
what?
He said,
What are you saying?
No, this one.
He said he had no idea that he'd bitten his ear off. Somebody had to tell him. Somebody go over and say he's bitten
So he
your
was
ear.
hitting him, he was going, he's got an ear in his mouth. This bloke's a nutter.
Did you read that? Like, a bloke paid 30 grand for the ear, for the piece of ear, right?
Oh, no.
It's weird, that, isn't it? He paid 30 grand as, like, sporting memorabilia, and in his thing he said, well, it's only like people collect baseball cards. You're like, yeah, but because they're not human flesh.
And it's not as if you can swap it with someone, can you? Yeah, I'll swap you that for Gordon Banks' eye.
Do you think that's... John, do you think Paula Radcliffe's turd is in the same museum?
There's loads of stuff of Tyson on YouTube, if you have a little look. And his interviews, he says some proper mental things. Like, at one point, he said, I'm going to eat Lennox Lewis's kids.
Yes.
Right? What are you on about? And Lennox Lewis just went, no, I've got any kids.
Well, that's not what you say. You know, you're supposed to say stuff in the pre-match, a warm-up to a fight to get people excited, and Muhammad Ali was really good at it. You know, like, I'm going to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. I'm going to eat your kids is what you shout while you're being thrown out of a pub. Come on, get here! I'll eat your kids! Where's the station?
Let's have a look and see whether Tyson Holyfield is one of the most memorable sporting moments. Yes, in 1997, Mike Tyson was disqualified after biting Evander Holyfield's ear. That bite was probably foreplay. I'm confident if the bell hadn't rung, he'd have bummed him. OK, fingers on buzzers, 1 more thing to get. What's another memorable sporting moment?
Was it Thierry Henry? Thierry Henry handballed the ball to knock the Irish out. I mean, they'd not done enough anyway, to be fair. But he... No, it's that thing that everyone was, like, appalled by it, you know, and they're like, oh, he's cheated and they should replay it. You're like, well, hold on. We're going to start going back through matches that were supposed to replay because of cheating. There was a game in 1986, South Manchester District, OK, under-10s league, and we got knocked out because the referee was the striker's dad. All right, that's all I'm saying.
But at least he admitted it. I mean, what would you have done if he'd gone up to
could
the...
not admit it, I saw it!
The favourite post story was that there was Irish fans in Ireland, right, who were so angry that they vandalised Henry Hoovers.
Then Henry started getting hate mail. Not because of his name is Henry, because he's married to Dawn French.
I can tell you it's not in our top 5, but last year there was uproar when France knocked Ireland out of the World Cup qualifiers thanks to a blatant handball by Thierry Henry. After Ireland were denied the chance to play in South Africa, questions were asked in the Irish Parliament, the best answer to which was the bottom bit of Africa. All joking apart, handball is actually quite a serious thing. I remember our games teacher was forced to leave the school. OK, 1 more thing to get. Fingers on buzzers.
It's got to be Johnny Wilkinson. Got to be winning the World Cup, the Rugby World Cup. In fact, see that? A ripple of applause for a game that most of us do not understand. It was brilliant. He kicked the ball over the bar. He became a sporting icon. I mean, I support Liverpool. We've got loads of people who can kick a ball over the bar. But that has got to be it.
It's got to be. It was such a nail-biting moment, wasn't it?
Well, everyone says they remember where they were when we found out we won the World Cup, and I remember where I was. It was 2 weeks later in Tesco. just told me, I've just
I
not
was on the
seen it.
pitch.
You were on the
Sorry.
pitch?
You were on the pitch.
Do you play for them?
Were you really on the pitch when that happened?
I was, you know the bit behind the post?
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. And
That must have been brilliant. I mean, I don't understand the sport. I don't like rugby. We don't play a lot in Liverpool. But in Liverpool, if you want to have a fight, you just have a fight. We can't be arsed putting a kit on and chasing an egg. It seems like a lot of hassle.
I remember watching it. I was actually, because it was on early in the morning, I was in a hotel. I'd done a gig the night before in Shrewsbury, and I thought, I don't know what, I'll watch on the telly, have my breakfast in bed. And when we won, I went a bit crazy. I had another cup of tea and a second croissant. And so, good on you, boys. You've made my morning. And I took the flour out of the little vase.
Did you?
Whoa.
Let's have a look and see whether it's up there. Yes, the third most memorable moment is Johnny Wilkinson scoring the winning points in the final moments of the 2003 Rugby World Cup. It's important to remember that rugby union isn't the same as rugby league, unless you're comparing how little of a shit I give about either, in which case they're identical. At the end of that round, Sean, Gabby and Johnny have 2 points. Jason, Denise and John have 3 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Johnny and Gabby, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
Fans.
Fans, please.
The fans, OK.
please.
You've chosen the sports fans. Here's a clip to illustrate the question.
We are the Diamonds. We come from Glasgow. We're here to play football. Out of our way. With the Diamond side, we come from Glasgow town, and when we're hitting the field, we're never messing around. We're gonna move the ball, we're gonna pass and rush, and if you get in the way, you're gonna feel the crush. The truth can hurt, man, the truth is me. We're the baddest team that's ever been seen. We can't be stopped when we start to play. Talk about the Diamonds, what do we say? The Diamonds.
That's the Glasgow Diamonds there. They're the top of the Clydesdale NFL and bottom of the Clydesdale NFL. OK, your related question is, 11% of sports fans would allow their sporting idol to sleep with their partner. True or false?
My sporting idol's a man. I don't want him to sleep with my husband.
Oh, come on, treat yourself. Who's your sporting idol?
You know, a lot of couples do this. You know, you have kind of fantasy shags where if you meet them, if you both
Ooh.
meet them, they're
Yeah,
like so
I get it.
far out there that you go, yeah, you're allowed to. So Kenny's was Cameron Diaz, and mine was this New Zealand rugby player. So anyway, I check into this hotel in Melbourne. In
You mean you went for one that's
2003.
actually feasible? I like it. There's a very much a possible shag.
And I got in there and I rang Kenny. I said, "You'll never guess who's in the lift with me. It's Dougie Howlett, the New Zealand rugby player." He put the phone down.
I've got an agreement with my girlfriend. If I ever get to sleep with Kylie Minogue, she can fuck off. 11% of sports fans would allow their sporting idol to sleep with their partner. Who's your sporting idol?
Bob Nudd. I'd let Bob Nudd. I'd let Bob Nudd, the angler.
You'd let your wife
I'd let him sleep with my wife. I don't think he'd bother her for long. I think he'd go in there, he'd start talking about different flies and casting angles, and she'd fall asleep. He'd probably have a fiddle and then go, actually, tide's in. I'll get some good, I'll get some roach on that estuary.
I love this mime. He'd have a fiddle. Denise, what do you think? Who's your sporting idol?
I do like Tiger Woods, or used to.
Tiger Woods probably would. He's not fast. Tiger Woods, I believe, has a blanket policy. Every hole's a goal. He'd you out. 11% of sports fans would allow their sporting idol to sleep with their partner. You're going to go...
I think it's false because I think it's going to be higher.
I think it's a lie.
Yeah.
OK, what are you going to go for?
True, then.
You're going to go true?
Yeah, we'll go true.
OK. I can tell you it's true. 11% of sports fans would allow their sporting idol to sleep with their partner. I must say, if I had to pick a sporting idol, it would probably be Desert Orchid. My wife is in for a treat. Jason's team, you're to choose. What do you want to go for?
Well, we've got to.
We've got to.
We've got to.
We'll
go for the Olympics.
You're going to Olympics, OK. You've gone for the Olympic rings. Here's your question. What did the nation prefer, the Olympics or the World Cup? It's a good question, isn't it?
The thing with the Olympics, like the World Cup, you go, well, I like football. I like football. And it's, you know, if you like football, then you like the whole of the World Cup, don't you? With the Olympics, you only like certain things. Like, there's some stuff in... I like that, you know, rhythmic gymnastics. No offence, Gabby, right? I know you did it for a little time, right? But that one, I'm telling you, that is just a bloke who's got a bit of toilet tissue stuck to his hand. That is...
The other thing that gets me about the Olympics is that they give away a bronze medal for third. Like, there's gold, yeah? Valuable.
Oh, yeah, gold, yeah,
gold,
lovely.
Valuable. Silver, valuable. Bronze, if you had some lying around the house, a thief wouldn't even bother nicking it.
Have you got any bronze?
I have.
No. Someone comes to your school and
I
goes,
know
we got
my
a bronze
Olympic
medalist
medal.
coming in today. No one cares. You may as well, if you're going to give them a bronze medal, you may as well let them hold a toaster. When they have the Olympics over in the East End, yeah? When they have the van load of medals being shipped over, believe me, they're not going to have to protect the bronze medals from the local hoodies. Worthless. Worthless.
You've obviously not seen any of those cash for bronze adverts on the telly.
OK, what are you going to go for? What do the nation prefer, the Olympics or the World Cup? Sean?
World Cup, World Cup,
World Cup, World Cup, World Cup.
OK, you're going World Cup. What are you going to go for?
No, I think we've got to go for Olympics. Let's just go for it. Because even if it's wrong, it's right. Yeah. But it will be wrong.
I can tell you that 57% of the nation prefer the Olympics to the World Cup. A lot of planning is going into the 2012 Olympics. Sadly, most of it by Al-Qaeda. So at the end of that round, it's 2 points for Sean's team and 5 points to Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. What is the poshest sport?
Quidditch. Because it's not only posh, like, played by posh people, it's expensive as well. Those, like, flying sweeping brushes and that, they're like 45 quid second-hand, you know what I mean? And who wants a second-hand one? You know someone's died on it, so...
Poshest sport?
Gotta be the equine sports, dressage.
Oh.
Dressage. Who did dressage at school? Who did it? I mean, we keep on saying we've got dressage. Who went to school and the teacher turned around and said, listen, kids, got PE on Wednesday. Don't forget your pony. If you don't bring your pony, you got to do it in your vest and knickers. Like that.
Yeah, what happened? Is that the one where they just walk around showing off that they've got an horse?
They've got a horse that can dance.
They've got a horse that can dance. It's like sort of quite... It's like,
Do you know,
it's like that, but with a horse.
It's called...
That has got to be
actually.
the win.
Is it powerboat polo? You've got one of those big power boats and a stick. And a little ball, obviously one that floats.
That's what we want to go with, Jim.
You're sort of half right, Sean.
I think the polo part was the right...
Is it polo, Jim?
Polo's the
I know,
poshest game, come on.
there's another half.
I can tell you the answer. The poshest sport, according to the survey, is polo. Jim, you got it right. So polo is the poshest sport. Bottom of the list is playing slapsies with Kerry Katona. OK, top thing that would improve football.
G-strings.
G-strings?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd love to see those guys running around in their little G-strings. That'd be quite entertaining.
Come to my dressing room afterwards. You're feeling frisky and you want to see some mantees.
I think they should get rid of red and yellow cards, definitely, and replace them with purple and green ones. I just prefer those colours. Most of the managers are Scottish, and when Scottish people say purple, it's quite funny, isn't it? They go, purple. Alex Fergus, I'm furious about that purple.
What about if the ball had a sensor in it and a little speaker that every time it got kicked, it let out like a painful scream?
That's insane.
Video technology.
is exactly the right answer.
Sorry, I was trying to get some points.
Yes, the top thing that would improve football is video referees. If they're going to improve football, I think they should make radical changes. They should have less players, and instead of having the nets at either end of the pitch, they should have them in the middle. And instead of kicking it, you should be allowed to handball it, but only with a racket. I suppose what I'm saying is, I like tennis. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means that the final scores are Sean, Gabby and Johnny have 4 points, but our winners are Jason, Denise and John with 5. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Best of the Baldwins, Stephen Baldwin. Northern Rock, Alan Cochran. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Love Changes Everything, Michael Ball. No Kidding, Jody Kidd. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 27% of UK adults have taken illegal drugs? I took some illegal drugs once. It was just paracetamol, but I nicked them from Boots. 1% of British women have paid for sex. I charge £1 a minute. And let me tell you, ladies, after a night with me, you'd be lucky to get any change at all out of that £2 coin. 55% of parents say that childhood is now over by 11, which is when the pubs close and Uncle Terry gets home. Oh, Uncle Terry. And on average, men spend 20 minutes in the bathroom every day, and women spend 27 minutes in the bathroom every day, but not directly after a man spent 20 minutes in there. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean, your team to go first. What do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
The recession is over. We've got a growth this week was revealed of 0.1%, which means the economy's growing it's growing about as fast as my toenails. That's how fast.
I'd like to see that graph in The Independent.
0.1%. If I hadn't have bought that big bottle of Coke...
And that's what brought us out of recession?
I think it's that, and the fact that Susan Boyle had her back waxed. 6 men working round the clock. Stevedores going...
I think, has anyone celebrated the end of the recession?
I bought a Kit Kat that day. I heard 0.1, I went, I'm having a Kit Kat. I didn't even want one. 4 fingers as well, not 2 like I would have in a recession. I thought I'm going to live large now that we're back.
Stephen, you're kind of a US film star. You live in Hollywood, don't you, most of the time? Has the recession affected you at all?
He was in Big Brother, of course it has.
Thank you. Michael, has the recession affected you? Because you're obviously, you're producing theatre these days. Are people not going out?
It affects everywhere, doesn't it? And what is sad is that we were first in the recession and we're last out. It's wrong.
That is wrong. It's like an orgy, isn't it? You don't want to be last out at an orgy.
Let's have a look and see whether the recession is one of the most talked about things this week. Yeah.
wow.
Well, Yes, this is the news that the recession in Britain is officially over. To celebrate the end of the recession, I'm going to have a party. I'll get a mix CD, I'll get some bunting, some fun hats, maybe some pick and mix for the kids. Where can I get all of that from? Woolies. OK, Jason, Jodie and Michael, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Big Brother.
I think Big
Brother.
Brother.
That's all I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, I didn't watch it, but you...
Well, you've missed out. It's just been phenomenal this year. I really, really have.
Why?
I love the ritual humiliation of people that I have
I think
kind
it's human torture.
It's good when they come in at first to see who you know and who you don't know.
Yeah.
Luckily, we all knew Stephen.
Did you know anybody in there?
Vinny, you know. Vinny doesn't give you a choice about that.
Alex Reid, of course. Everyone knows Alex. He doubles up as Mr. Potato Head.
I did.
Look, he's got the same ears. Have a look next time you see him. Same ears.
I did something quite stupid. I read a bunch of the newspapers going in, and it caused me to have these meetings with the producers, and they were like, "Oh, it's rubbish. Just go in there and you'll have fun."
Even the producers say it's rubbish.
Who was your favourite?
You really liked Nikki, didn't you?
Yeah.
Is that Nicola T?
That little angel.
Can I ask that? Because you know you had a real go at her, and you were wrong.
They edit the program.
I watched the whole thing.
They edit the program.
No, that bit had a beginning, middle, and end.
So what happened in the bit that we didn't see then?
He was right and everyone else was wrong. We're guessing.
Something happened where we were in the kitchen, and Nicola said to me, "Oh, I should have thought about this little thing that transpired between us before you went in to nominate." Okay. And I said, "Don't worry, you're safe." And it was like just a very off-the-cuff kind of joke. But Big Brother stepped in, and that evening they took everybody's food away that night.
Such selective memory. I can't.
Vinnie Jones said he spent £400 on a pair of socks.
Yeah, that was a big story this week.
That's the only thing I know about it.
400 quid for a pair of socks. They never got to that price. Like 8 quid once, I think. I thought, whoa, hold on a minute.
Have you never been to £400 land? It's 400 quid.
What was your best experience in there?
There was this one particular time when Stephanie Beacham read the most erotic part of the Bible, which is the Song of Songs.
Yes, the most erotic part of the Bible.
Right.
That's the bit I go to if I'm feeling lonely.
Yeah.
That's why they put it in the drawer of the hotel. In case you haven't got money for that channel, you can go, hang on, Song of Songs. It was only a joke, but go on.
It was only a joke. I have a feeling you're going to be saying that again sometime.
Oh, yes. Are you saying I'm damned to hell, Stephen Colvin? Let's just clarify this.
Yeah. I've just got a picture of you being damned and on fire.
I'll be honest with you, Alan, I think me and the devil would get on.
Yeah.
Come back to the story, because she was reading the most erotic bit of the Bible, because I thought you had a bit of a crush on her.
She has this voice. She got very into it.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't too long after that I was evicted. So it all worked out just great.
When you say evicted, that means what I think it means.
What does that mean?
Basically, something to do with your knob, if Jimmy said it.
84 shows in, it looks like Sean's broken the code. Let's have a look and see whether Big Brother was one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Celebrity Big Brother ends this evening. This week, housemates had to make a clay model head whilst blindfolded. There was Ivana with an ugly, misshapen lump that barely resembled a human face, and then she put on a blindfold and started modelling. The one thing I like about Vinnie Jones's acting is he's very consistent. He's always shit in shit films. Sean, Stephen, Alan, what else have the nation been talking about?
It's Osama bin Laden sent another tape, an audio tape. Basically, he's claimed responsibility for the pants bomber. He said, that was me. Pants bomber, that was me. Also, I got rid of Wogan. I think one of the reasons he's got so much anger towards the world is he was given such a terrible middle name. Bin. It's a terrible middle name to give a child. It really affect your self-esteem if you were called Bin.
Didn't he congratulate them or something? It wasn't just claiming responsibility, it was actually congratulating them.
Why is he still using tapes, man? That's what gets me. I think you know how to track him down. Just find the only person still buying them C90s.
Apparently, since that tape, the terror alert in London has gone from moderate to severe. That's where it's moved up to. Of course, really, you've got to worry when it goes from severe to bang. That's when it's bad.
Well, I can tell you it's not in the top 5, but Osama bin Laden has been number 1 on the FBI's most wanted list for 7 years. Number 2 is Umbrella by Rihanna. OK, well, it's not in the top 5. Jason's team to guess. What else have people been talking about this week?
I think, well, of course, the Brad and Angelina.
Oh, big news.
Yeah, are they, aren't they?
Who cares? That
Who
sort
cares?
of thing, yeah.
I hope he does get back with Jennifer Aniston, because then he'll go from being Brad and Angelina, Brangelina, Brad and Jennifer Aniston, Braniston. This relationship will be in a pickle.
Stephen, you live in Hollywood, right? Do you know either of these two?
I've met Brad a long time ago. He's quite tall.
Right.
We were hoping when you came on you would give us that kind of insight.
I'm sticking up for these kids. This is merely rumor. There's no fact here. As opposed to fact, Nicola D is back. But,
wow. Oh, well, that's really Christian.
Sure does. But what I can't figure out is they're talking about splitting up and they're saying that Brad's gonna maybe move into the house next door.
No.
Why do celebrities do that?
Because it's Angelina Jolie. You'd still want to pop round and fuck her, wouldn't you?
He's bought a bachelor pad with a cave.
That's right, yeah. It just shows to show estate agents can con you into anything, can't they? Is that a massive hole? No, it's a cave and that.
It's a...
Tom Cruise has got one.
I bet when he gets in there, Osama's there, like, shh, am I going to take... Let's have a look and see if Brangelina is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the tabloids this week speculated that Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt are ending their relationship. With one of her children, Angelina Jolie had a very difficult delivery. She wasn't in and had to go to the sorting office to pick it up. OK, Sean, Stephen and Alan, what else do you think the nation have been talking about?
Is it the, which I very amusingly call it the iPad, because I'm quite a character. The launch of Apple's new iPad. And even when I do it, people go, ha, ha, ha. And after a while, I do it so much, I even start to annoy myself.
The iPad does sound... because they've called it the iPad, and it does sound a little bit like a feminine hygiene product.
Yeah, it does.
They're saying it's brilliant, aren't they? They're saying it's brilliant because you can read a book on it. 500 quid to read a book on it, right? Now, what happened to them other things that we had? Books. Remember them?
The head of Apple launched it, that's Steve Jobs, and it looked like they'd shrunk him.
Yeah.
Because he was holding it, it just looked like an iPhone.
It's huge.
Can we get a recording of Jodie saying that for me? Well, let's have a look and see whether it's up there. Yes, Apple have launched their latest gadget, the iPad. First we had the iPhone, now we have the iPad. It's like someone invented a wheel and then a year later said, look, I've invented a bigger wheel. One more thing to get fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about?
Tony Blair is going in front of the Iraq inquiry, which is a very good booking for them. He's quite a big star. I think they've got Elvis Costello doing the music and 4 puffs and piano, so it should be a good show. And Blair has got security to keep Blair. It's £6 million a year security to protect Tony Blair. And I was thinking, if someone was spending that on me, I'd lie awake at night thinking, you know, if they have to spend £6 million to stop people killing me, I must be a right bastard, mustn't I?
I have a question. In America, when this sort of thing happens, it's because political parties are trying to make each other look bad. Is that what's happening here?
It's basically that he didn't have a mandate when he was elected. He has a mandate for certain things. He has a mandate to protect the country, but he does not have a mandate to change the regime of another country that he doesn't like or that he's agreed to. And that's basically what will come out of this inquiry, or not. Probably not.
Can't think of an odd gag for the end of that,
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah.
I can only...
Oh, pretty funny. That's the reason. So there we go.
Let's have a look and see whether Tony Blair at the Iraq inquiry is one of the most talked about things this week. This is the story that Tony Blair has given evidence to the Iraq War inquiry. Blair has denied the controversial Iraq War dossier was sexed up. Yeah, I think the correct term is fucked up. So those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, Andy Murray is through to the final of the Australian Open. He beat Cilic in the semi and Nadal in the quarters. Nadal had to pull out with an injury. He had broken tear ducts.
Oh, I lost the game, I can't win it.
And Susan Boyle returned home to find a burglar in her hallway. It's the first time she's ever had a man in her downstairs passage. So at the end of that round, Sean, Stephen and Alan have 3 points. Jason, Michael and Jodie have 2 points. Our next round is called Pick of the Polls. Sean, Alan and Stephen, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
I like the look of the kid with the fingers.
OK, you've chosen the child. Here is a clip for you to watch.
My name is Short. Hello and how do you do? I can say how happy I am here to be with you. I am a canny Mary and I live in Cooper 5. I'm not too old for sweeties, but I'm too young for a wife. Go on yourself. And I'm off for the Shinbana at the end of the year. I'm off for a bit of crack, the singing and the cheer. I'm awfully shifty for a man of 50. I'm not 50, catch me if you can. My name is Dan, so I'm your man. I just skimmed in the eye in the sky. I'm no very big, but I'm awfully shy. The lassies shout when I go by, Don, where's your choosers?
That was Frankie Boyle in 1986. So the question is, 23% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent.
An extraordinary talent. I know, what is an extraordinary talent?
Well, you know, they think they're a fabulous singer, fabulous dancer, just talented.
2 of my kids can fly. And the other one can't.
The other one, it turns out.
Yeah.
That
So
went
I don't
badly.
let the other 2 fly. I say, you'll just upset the other one. whatever its name is. When he's out there, I go, go on, fly. He's coming back in. Get down. So, yes, if you call that extraordinary, then, yeah, guilty as charged.
Jodie, what do you think?
I think so. I think, you know, all parents love and adore their children.
Mine are only 5 months old, so I don't really... One time I went to change a nappy and she sneezed and everywhere. That was fun. And he went... It was amazing. I went, "What? That was extraordinary."
Just remember what my other kid can do. The other one, the one who can't fly, though, can do something quite extraordinary.
What can he do, Sean?
He can walk on one hand, like that, on his fingers, like in cartoons. And I tell him, don't do that when the other 2 are in. But that's it. Can't read or write, either of them.
23% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent, so you're going to go for true or false? Sean?
True, yeah, let's go true.
True. OK, you're going true. What are you going to go for?
What do you
I
reckon?
think false.
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 Yeah, we'll go false then.
False.
You go false. I can tell you the answer is false. In fact, 42% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent. I tell you who I think was a talented child. Do you remember little Michael Jackson from the Jackson 5? He was incredible, wasn't he? Whatever happened to him? Oh, right, OK. Did he? And then 40 million albums. And then? He did what? Yeah, everyone likes children. Oh, I see. But I could go and see him live? All right. Well, I better just kick on then. Over to Jason's team. What do you like the look of?
Let's go with the theatre.
Of course, our first love. OK, 51% of theatre-goers say what has ruined their theatre experience?
Other
people.
Other people, the rest of the audience. I was doing a show once, and I'd literally just started, and I was doing a bit, and this woman came down the aisle and go, "Michael, I can't find my seat. My son's in it, and I can't find him anywhere." And I'm trying to carry on. "Excuse me, I don't know where I'm sitting, it's too dark." And I had to stop. And up goes the light, and the bloke who's obviously with his mum is going, "Dear God in heaven." And it's off and goes, put her in the seat, and then we had to carry on.
I went to see Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and we took the whole family, we all went along, and my little brother's 10, and he's just at that age where he thinks it's, like, sort of real. And there's the point where Snow White gets given that poison apple, and she goes, "Should I eat the apple?" And everyone's going, "No, don't do it." And my brother's on his feet, he's going, "No, don't do it! Don't do it, it's poison! Don't do it! Don't do it!" And she eats it and collapses, and he went, "I bloody told her!"
Mobile phones.
Mobile
phones.
That is the right answer. Yes, 51% of theatre-goers say that a mobile phone has ruined their theatre experience. The worst thing about phones going off in the theatre is you end up with the actors breaking out of character, pointing and shouting, and everyone in the audience hissing and muttering. In the end, I could hardly hear what my mate was trying to say, even on loudspeaker. So, at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Sean's team and 4 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. OK, here's your first one. Best way to discourage burglars.
What I do, I put a nude picture of me in the window. But from behind, so I'm looking over my shoulder like that, going... and it just says, "Come in."
Parma ham. I just put Parma ham out, because people are easily distracted. You come in thinking, right, I want a DVD. Hey, up, there's some ham there.
You could lace the Parma ham with something.
Bit of mozzarella.
A lot of burglars are junkies, aren't they? So what I think would be a good thing to do is fill your front garden full of gnomes dressed as policemen. They go, "Whoa, what's going on there?" That is a bit freaky, I'm not going in there.
OK, best way to discourage burglars.
A dog.
That's a crazy answer.
Yeah.
A dog? That's mental.
Beware of the dog sign is number 9 on our list.
That only works for cat burglars, though.
Good night, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we've had a call in from the 2 Ronnies. They want it back. What do you think the best way to
Create a burglar alarm?
No, that's number 4. Alan Cochrane?
Is it a moat? Is number 1 a moat? The best way to discourage burglars is a moat.
I don't know if you can say moat properly. I'm guessing that you're trying to say moat, but you're saying moat. Like a goldfish that's got learning difficulties.
Shall I say it like you say it?
Yeah.
All right. Moat.
No. OK, it's meant to fool the burglars.
Lights on?
Yeah, lights on. I was about to
is the
say
right
lights
answer.
on.
Of course.
The best way to discourage burglars is leaving the lights on. If you've broken into a house and you're watching this because they've left the telly on, why don't you do a poo in the living room? OK, scariest fairy tale character.
The scariest thing that I remember as a kid is a child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah. That is in there, I think.
Played by Madonna, wasn't it? Madonna, that.
Lots of people say
One of those first roles.
Is it Hannibal Lecter? I remember my dad used to read that to me every night. And he said, "And he ate his liver with some fava beans and nice Chianti." Good night.
I tell you what, the other one I ate, Jill from Jack and Jill. She was a clumsy bitch, wasn't she? He's fallen down a hill, right? And then she's made the exact same mistake, fallen down, landing on her, and then he's broken his crown and she's gone, "I know what to fix that, a bit of brown paper and vinegar." You're like, "Germaline, you daft sod, Germaline!"
OK, I'll give you a clue. Think gingerbread house.
The witch from Hansel and Gretel.
It's the witch with the oven and all of that.
It's the right answer.
Yeah.
Yes, the scariest fairy tale character is the witch in Hansel and Gretel. In the original fairy tale, the witch who eats children represents acute postnatal depression, and the gingerbread house represents cravings during pregnancy. Hansel is the male generative force, the sperm, the son of the wood chopper or penis. Gretel is the egg. The enchanted forest is pubic hair. The warts on the witch's face are an STD. Cinderella is a whore, the gingerbread man is gay, the beanstalk is a giant cock, Little Red Riding Hood is the clitoris, and Goldilocks fucks animals. Any questions? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Stephen and Alan have 3 points, Jason, Michael and Jodie have 1. They've got 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Little Britain's Got Talent, David Walliams. Best of Britain, Fern Britain. And their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, hooray for Holly Walsh. Not just an in-betweener, Greg Davies. And their team captain, Sean Lott. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, the average sofa will witness 300 arguments, over 1,000 cuddles and 1,500 spillages? An argument that leads to a cuddle that leads to a spillage. That is a great Saturday night in. Only 20% of us can remember the name of the first person we kissed. I can't believe anyone could forget the name Arkayla. The average golfer spends £2,000 a year on their hobby. No wonder, with so little money left over, they have to steal their clothes from the bins behind the circus. It's a joke about golfers dressing like pimps. And, according to research, the average household eats 8.4 kilograms of sausages a year. Surely that's bollocks. And, of course, lips and arseholes and eyelids. But mainly bollocks. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Jason, David, Fern, what have the nation been talking about?
Go on, Dave.
They've been talking about a footballer called either Terry John or John Terry.
No one is quite sure.
No. And what he's done is he's had sex with a lady.
It's like most of these sort of stories. I read them and I think, I've got my own problems. Do you know what I mean? I read it, I thought to myself, like the radiator in our bathroom won't turn off, so it's dead on. It's really hot all the time.
It does seem bizarre how big it... I mean, it's just been absolutely...
Both.
Everywhere, yeah.
Both
And he tried to get a gagging order, didn't he? But she said she wasn't into the kinky stuff. Fern, you're a married woman. What do you think of John Terry's antics?
Well, I think that she knew that that's what he does.
Do you think he's a role model? That's the thing. That's what they keep going, don't they? They keep going, he's not a role model. And I think, hold on, he's on 170 grand a week and he shagged a French underwear model. He's a role model.
I mean, it's just, he's done a terrible thing and it was my husband, I'd kill him and all of that stuff. But it is the World Cup year and I think we're all hoping... After the World Cup...
Hang on. If you listen carefully, you can hear Emmeline Pankhurst turning in her grave.
I
feel sorry for that girl, although she did allegedly sleep with a number of the Chelsea... Like, how many footballers do you have to have sex with before you become an official mascot? Let's see.
In my case, it was 6.
Well, they're kicking off anecdote about him, like, losing the England captaincy. And, but you're like, well, who are you going to give it to? Who else is it? You're going to give it to Steven Gerrard? Steven Gerrard, he punched the DJ the other week. Then you've got Wayne Rooney. He likes to have a little play with grannies every so often, you know.
He didn't know they were grannies, did he? To be fair. In Liverpool, a granny's about 38.
The only reason I think we should question whether he should play for England at all is that he has had sex with so many women, and apparently, something I read, he had sex with somebody on crutches in a toilet.
Yeah.
If he'll have sex with anyone, and what I'm concerned about, in terms of his football career, is he'll be running down towards goal, and maybe the wind will blow, and a linesman will show a little bit too much leg, and Terry will be on him like a tiger, covering him full of his evil seed.
But also, if you want to have sex with someone in a toilet, it's much more room to have sex with someone in a disabled toilet. So someone with crutches gets the front of the queue.
Yeah. Think on, Terry.
They're all right, them disabled toilets. You've got all them handles and that, so you can do, you know, and then... you know, a little CD player and some candles and that. It's quite romantic.
Candles?
Yeah, candles.
I've never been in one with candles.
No, you've got to bring your own candles, you weirdo.
Sean, you're a Chelsea fan. What... Yeah. Does it annoy you?
I can't really comment on it because, as they say, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, you know? What? I mean, the reason I have... I mean, it's not quite the same as John Terry, but I was round a friend of mine's house and he had to go to pick something up from the post office, you know, like you do with those cards, and while he was out, I had a bite of his toast.
What you don't know is that 4 other people on this panel also had a bite of that toast, so...
I had my bite in a disabled toilet.
To be honest, if he comes back from South Africa with the World Cup, I think he can sleep with most of our missuses, you know what I mean? I don't think anyone will have any
I
problem.
think if he comes back from South Africa with the World Cup, he'll have nicked it.
Let's have a look and see whether John Terry is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course he is, of course. Yes, the tabloids have reported that John Terry cheated on his wife with a teammate's girlfriend. Vanessa Peroncel fell for Terry when she first saw his tackle, and she loved it when he got it in the box. She was amazed by his ball control, especially when she saw him dribble around the goal mouth. And then shoot and score. She was incredibly impressed that he could shoot not once, not twice, but 3 times in 90 minutes. And she loved it when they changed ends at half-time. But what really impressed her was when he'd finished playing football, he took her home and fucked her. OK, Sean, Holly and Greg, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it Kraft? Kraft have bought Cadbury's, the big American cheese manufacturing company, have bought our English chocolate company. It's a sorry state of affairs. Pretty much every English business is now in foreign hands. Soon, there'll just be, like, fishermen's friends left. No one's going to buy that, are they?
They're not going to mix the cheese and the chocolate together, though, are they? They're not going to...
Oh, I hope so.
It's not like a Cadbury's...
I hope so.
Cadbury's, like, cream cheese egg.
Yeah.
So,
No.
It tastes better, actually, to be
A
honest.
pint and a half of Dairy Lee go into every bar.
Whisper will definitely change, because they can't fucking whisper, can they, Americans? And they can't say curly-whirly, can they? Try saying curly-whirly in an American accent.
Curly-whirly.
Curly-whirly.
I want a curly-whirly.
It works.
Curly-whirly.
I love the curly-whirlies.
Yeah.
It works. I like it better now.
Do you? I feel really stupid now.
Yeah.
No, but I tell you who's going to suffer the worst, the Oompa Loompas. They haven't got transferable skills.
That's it.
I've heard that Cadbury's have got their own town. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Apparently White Lightning Cider have got their own town. No houses, just a river of piss.
I think White Lightning's town is Glasgow. Let's have a look and see whether Kraft's takeover of Cadbury's is one of the most talked about things this week. It is. Yes, this is the news that American company Kraft has completed its takeover of Cadbury's. This time next year, the workforce will be half the size, or as Kraft are calling it, fun size. Cadbury's share price soared for a few minutes, then crashed and felt a bit depressed, and then reached for another dairy milk and felt much better. Jason's team again, what else has the nation been talking about?
Well, I've been very interested to hear about Jordan and getting married to Alex.
Alex something. I never thought there would be two people who were too dacking down market to get married in Vegas.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? I imagine the Elvis Presley impersonator that married them went, "This is bad. This is a new low."
They didn't write their own vows, but they did do some colouring in.
You're engaged, David. What do you think about Vegas?
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I think if the mood is romantic, then you can get married anywhere.
Oh, that's lovely, that.
Oh,
disabled toilet with some, like, candles and that knocking about.
Is she Jordan or Katie Price now? Because I remember she was Jordan and then she went, no, I'm a bit classy now, I'm Katie Price. But now she's married a cage fighter.
I think she's gone
suspicious.
back.
She's back to the...
I'm interested in...
Boobs and that.
Well, who isn't?
Tell us
you know,
more.
They are,
Tell
they're
us more.
fascinating.
I love them.
There you are.
I think that's why he married her. When he can't get to the gym, he can just go...
I just can't believe... I found myself going, oh, they've got married the other day. Oh, they've got married. And when I sat down and thought about it, I'm as interested in them getting married as I am in watching a dog being repeatedly kicked in the balls. And then the dog being sick, and then being kicked in the balls, so it's just That's actually how interested I am in it.
That sounds interesting, though.
Not gonna last, is it?
I think it might.
No. The only man that's going to be in her life forever is an ITV2 cameraman. Let's face it.
I think it's quite sweet, though. I think it's a sweet story.
In a weird way, she's quite romantic,
Yeah,
isn't
I think
she?
so. Like she said, I love Alex because I can feel 100% myself around him, which is weird because she's only 87% herself. So.
Did you hear his mum said that Alex had met his intellectual equal in Jordan?
His own mother says that.
Who needs enemies, eh?
Well, she's the one that dropped him on his head.
Jordan has also said that this time she's married for love. I think, what did she marry Peter Andre for? His singing ability? What?
That's so hurtful.
It is hurtful, yes.
That's very hurtful.
For a man-
Peter's a very nice
Peter's very nice,
person.
yeah. A bit simple, but nice, yeah.
But it's changed now, Alex, hasn't it? Because Stephen Baldwin helped him find God in the Big Brother house. I thought, these Big Brother tasks are getting a bit hard.
How did they find him?
He found God. He was in the diary room. And we met Stephen Baldwin last week, of course. Well, I can't help thinking, if he's going to heaven, I might leave it.
Do you think they really have got married, though? Do you think... Because Jordan is a bit of a tricker?
No. She's an honest girl. She's worried, I think. I think that's why. She's worried, because not only is she having to compete with him for who's the most famous, but she's having to compete for who's the most orange. And now with all these unemployed Oompa Loompas knocking about, she's knackered.
Right, let's have a look and see whether Katie Price marrying Alex Reid is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the news that Katie Price has married Alex Reid in a secret ceremony in Las Vegas. It was a secret ceremony with just the sun, the star, the mirror, OK, hello, grazia, He'd Take a Break, TV Quick and Puzzler magazine present. Winning Celebrity Big Brother and marrying Jordan, Alex Reid can't remember a more exciting week or the last 3 digits of his telephone number. OK, Sean's team to guess. What else have the nation been talking about?
What about MP's expenses?
They've all been told today that they have to pay back, like, is it £80 million?
No.
£800 million.
No, £80.
£80.
I think I'd be a lot more sympathetic to MPs if they claim for things like problem hair shampoo.
Or if they were just honest and claimed for, like, a rent boy and a gimp mask. You go, all right, fine, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I can explain that. I'm a Lib Dem.
They rarely give receipts.
What, rent boys? I'm sure...
I mean, they'll write a quick one, but not an official
Not
one.
like
Head in no pay.
Like a proper paying in book.
Yeah. One man, he claimed MP. He claimed for a duck island. No, ducks can swim, they don't need an island.
Yeah, that was the problem with that.
Yeah, it's like buying a ladder for a magpie, isn't it?
Or an,
Mental, isn't it?
or an aqua lung for his koi carp. You know, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, this could go on and on.
Or like a spade for a worm. Oh, it's like buying... Wait a minute. No. I'll come back to you.
So, Fern, it transpired last week that you were the foremost political journalist of our time. That interview with Tony Blair, you got him to admit more than the inquiry.
Yeah.
You got Tony Blair to admit that he would go in regardless of weapons of mass destruction.
Yes. I think I was the only person who thought to ask that question. Actually, would you still go in if you knew there were no WMDs? And he went, yes, but I'd have to think of a different argument.
Nice.
And then he shared his recipe for lemon meringue pie.
He did. And he did some soft furnishings.
Have you met loads of politicians, Fern?
Yes.
Have you met George Osborne?
No. Oh, this is like the Chilcot inquiry. Go on, give me another.
I'd just like to... I don't know. I've never actually seen George Osborne, because if he's on telly for, for 1 second, I react in the same way as when I see a cat shitting on my lawn. I just go, hey, hey, shit! Get out of it! Go on!
Your life is just full of naughty animals.
No, but they've got till the end of the month to pay it back, haven't they?
They've got till the end of the
They
month,
haven't got long, which means my MP has had to get a second job in order to pay back her expenses. So she's got a job as a cleaner, so I've had to hire her. And ironically, I get to claim that back as an expense, so...
I'd love to hire my MP. I don't even know who my MP is.
Why don't you Google it?
I should Google it.
Yeah. Have a little Google. Have a little Google. We'll talk all amongst ourselves. You have a little Google. Jimmy, will you Google me while you're there as well?
It says you're engaged to a girl. That can't be right, can it?
It's like getting a sunbed for an Oompa
OK, let's have a look and see what MP's expenses are one of the most talked about things. Yes, this is the news that MPs have been told to repay £1.1 million worth of expenses. With its upper and lower houses, archaic terminology and ancient rules, it can be difficult to understand how Parliament actually works. But if you imagine a pig fucking another pig while stealing everything it can get its piggy little hands on and stuffing its piggy pig face with stolen pig food, it all becomes a little bit clearer. OK, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get. What else did the nation be talking about? David?
President Obama has discontinued moon landings, which is very bad news for clangers. Lonely up there.
They're not stopping everyone.
Drill for a woodpecker. Sorry, Holly, just came to me. I just had to get it out.
Go on, Holly.
No, I was just saying they're not stopping everything, because they're still going to keep the idea of, private travellers into space.
Space tourism and that.
Yeah, space tourism, that's going to...
Stelios, he's going to do easy orbit. He doesn't actually take you to the moon, he takes you to the other side and you've got to get a bus over the other side.
Did they ever go to the moon?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because they told us and they showed us.
Well, I know, but you know how satellites can read a newspaper of a man walking along a street in Hawaii?
Oh, yeah.
Why can't we see the flag and the tyre marks and the golf ball and everything they've left up there? And somebody said to me, oh, because it's on the dark side. Well, it's not one... Is there one side that's always dark that we never see?
I think it's really sweet that you think any of us six are going to be able to answer that question.
To be honest, there was only three people who actually went there, so they could have come home and just said anything. They wanted. When somebody goes, yeah, but how come the flag is waving but there's no wind on the moon? They go, yeah, there is wind. Just do it. There is wind on the moon. No, there isn't. You go, have you been? No. Well, shut the fuck up then.
Well, I can tell you, Obama cancelling the moon mission is not one of the most talked about things.
Fuck's sake.
I'm glad.
It's not one of the most talked about there, but this is the news that Barack Obama has cancelled plans for a manned mission to the moon. We shouldn't scoff. The nearest Britain's got to a space programme is the Oblivion ride at Alton Towers. In America, they're called astronauts. In Russia, they're called cosmonauts. And in Britain, they're called balloonists. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing. Oh, yes.
Oh, the Pope, the cheeky, interfering Pope, he's coming over to Britain and he's criticised the Equality Bill. He said it's an infringement of religious freedom. Basically, he's saying he doesn't like the extension of gay rights and equality for women. That's what he said. He's interfering. I don't think anyone should take any notice of him. You know, those are the laws in this country. I go to America. I don't like the death penalty, you know, but I still go there. I don't expect to change it. You know, I think the Pope should just shut the fuck up.
No, the Pope doesn't approve of homosexuality unless it's between a consenting adult and a choir boy. Then it's all right.
If anything, gay people should be priests because, essentially, what is confession other than a bit of a gossip? You know what I mean? They'd be brilliant at it. They love a bit of a gossip.
Fern, would you like to interview the Pope?
No, I wouldn't want to interview the Pope.
Why wouldn't you interview him?
No.
Is there a bit of history?
Yes.
He cancelled last minute on This Morning once.
But I think you're right, though. When you were saying about the paedophile priests, I mean, how come they are treated with some kind of clemency?
That's what I would ask him about, yes.
Why start going and, oh, we don't want gay people doing this? You go, well, why don't you get people to stop bumming choir boys first?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't start going around to the neighbours going, can you sort your garden out if my house is on fire?
Yes. Exactly.
Sort your own house out first.
Yes.
It'd freak him out, though, if you did, wouldn't it?
It would.
Say, your clematis is coming over my fence. You'd be going, your house. Go, never mind about that.
OK, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, this is the news that the Pope has attacked plans for new equality laws in Britain. The thing to remember about Pope Benedict XVI is that as boss of every Catholic priest in the world, he is effectively king of the pedos. So those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, the Oscar nominations have been announced. Guy Ritchie's film, Sherlock Holmes, has been nominated for Best Art Direction, which is another way of saying it is possible to take a nice picture of a turd. Stevie Wonder is to headline Glastonbury. Good news for the crowd, bad news for a performer with an acute sense of smell. And the first 3D Premier League football match has been shown on TV. I watched the Chelsea game in 3D with my girlfriend. At one point, John Terry tried to fuck her. So at the end of that round, Sean, Holly and Greg have 3 points. Jason, David and Fern have 2 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Jason, David and Fern, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
We'll go for this one who looks like he's in Baywatch.
You've picked the man sitting by the pool. Here is a clip of him in action.
Before you start watching my video, I just want to say a few words. It's just a demo. I'm not trying to be anybody that I'm not. I'm just a middle-class guy trying to express myself.
I'm not the typical rapper that you'll meet. I don't live in a box, nor was I raised on the street. Just because I'm not from the project doesn't mean that I can write million-dollar checks. I get up every morning and make my own bed. I'm down to earth. I don't have a big head. I have to work hard every day if I want the money to go out and play.
Yeah, that was what rap music would sound like if I did it. It was average homeboy Denny Blaze. And apparently that was found in the drawer of someone at MTV when they moved offices. OK, your question. In a poll to find the best thing about the 80s, the Rubik's Cube came second. What came top?
Top of the
Disco
Pops.
Dancing, Top of the Pops, Dallas.
Seeing Boy George on Top of the Pops and thinking, ooh, There's a career I could nick.
One of the best things about the 80s is we didn't have all those let's bring back shows from the 80s shows. Shitty shows. They go, let's get them all back together again. They were just on. Best thing about the 80s?
It was Karen Powell.
Karen Powell?
Yeah.
Who was she?
It's the girl I got off with. She let me do everything.
Jimmy?
Yes.
Can you give us a clue?
I can give you a bit of a clue. Yeah, it was a televisual event for most people.
Oh! Live Aid! Live Aid!
I'm going to claim for that. I'm going to look like a right dick on the claim form, aren't I? How did the injury happen? I just got hit by someone being a bit overly camp. You just like that skin because it's like the ball bag skin, don't you?
It's Live Aid, Jimmy.
That's the right answer. The right answer. Yes, in a poll to find the best thing about the 80s, Live Aid came top. Who can forget the haunting skeletal face, the dirty rags, the flies around the mouth? Bob Geldof could have had a bath. Sean, Holly, Greg, what do you like the look of?
The alien thing.
You want the Holly? Yes, Holly's chosen the alien.
OK.
Please.
You've gone for the picture of the alien. Here is a clip of Patrick Moore talking to a man who can genuinely speak alien.
Mr. Bernard Byron from Essex moves in a realm of the unknown which makes it very difficult for us to disprove him. And yet he has the charm, the cheerfulness and the courage which is common to all independent thinkers.
How many languages can you speak? I can speak altogether 3 of the space languages. One is Venusian, the second is Kruger, the planet Kruger 60b, and Pluto.
How did you learn these languages?
These languages have been a gift sent from me from the actual people by rays.
What about Plutonian? What does that sound like?
Plutonian is
What does that mean, actually?
That means, how are all you? I am very pleased to see you this afternoon.
What I like about that is it makes up that aliens have a concept of our hours, like they have before and afternoons.
I used to be able to speak alien, but I've got my bottom teeth grew back. OK, here is your related question. Do the majority of our studio audience believe in extraterrestrials?
What's your definition of an extraterrestrial?
Well, terrestrial is like BBC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Extraterrestrials like Men and Motors, UK Living. Have I misunderstood this question?
Aliens, basically aliens.
What I don't understand about aliens is they travel millions of light years. They never come and meet the president or anything, do they? It's like, oh no, I'm going to hang out with some rednecks and have sex with them in the night.
Maybe they're more like you than you think.
Looking at this picture, why don't you get fat aliens? I mean, they can eat anything they want, can't they? They're aliens.
Jabba the Hutt, he was fat.
Yeah.
He wasn't an alien.
He was?
He wasn't.
What was he?
He wasn't real.
You mean real aliens?
Real ones, like this one
real
here.
Ones. It is fun when people do spot aliens, though. Like what I like about... There was something a while back in Dudley, where apparently Dudley is like a hotspot in this country for UFO activity, right? Somebody rang up to say they'd seen a UFO, and they went, what's it like? And they went, it looks like a Dorito. And they when describing shapes, who gets to Dorito before triangle?
Do the majority of our studio audience believe in extraterrestrials? Yes or no, Sean?
I don't think they do. I think they're quite a rational bunch.
OK, what do you think? What are you going to go with? Yes or no?
I
Oh.
think they do.
I think they do.
There's a lot of space out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go true then.
OK, I can tell you the answer is yes. 54% of our audience said they believe in extraterrestrials. Robbie Williams, Uri Geller, Krista Berg, Gloria Honeyford, David Icke, Danny Dyer, Howard from the Halifax ads. They all believe in aliens. Can they all be wrong? I don't believe in aliens, but then again, it's no surprise because I also don't believe in gnomes, fairies, trolls, orcs, goblins, Jesus, unicorns, dragons, mermaids, wizards, werewolves, or meerkats?
I went to the zoo recently, and I did think someone should tell the meerkats at the zoo that everything's fine. All the other animals are locked up. Because they're there again. They say, "Quick, there's nothing to worry about." All locked away. No one's coming for you. Just relax, enjoy yourself.
Jason, David and Fern, what do you like the look of?
Married couple.
Oh, OK, you picked the bride and groom. Here is your question. 7% of British men think what is important for a happy marriage?
Heterosexuality.
Well, let's see, shall we, David? Let's see how it works out.
My dad always says that finding somebody... I mean, he's not the most romantic bloke. He says it's finding somebody that, when you're old, is going to wipe your ass. That's basically... that is basically marriage.
Fern, what do you think? You're a married lady. Come on, what's the secret?
Not wearing socks in bed.
Is that the most important one?
Yes. Well, it's right down here, isn't it? 7%.
It's quite rare in this country. It's very common in America.
Lobotomy. You lobotomise her, and you train her to do simple tasks around the home, and everyone's happy. She doesn't know any better. You're out having the time of your life with John Terry.
Is that the answer? 7% of British men think not being John Terry is important for a happy marriage.
Fake breasts, good teeth.
OK, it's a kind of contract.
Oh, prenup.
Prenuptial agreement.
Is the right answer. Yes, 7% of British men think signing a prenup is important for a happy marriage. I didn't really understand my prenup, but then it was written in Vietnamese. By a sobbing father. Oh, Mr. Jimmy, why you take my little girl away? So, at the end of that round is 3 points for Sean's team, 5 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Most common reason to wake up in the night.
I know what wakes me up in the night. Those rumble strips on motorways.
Is it John Terry's erection?
Is it reason to wake up in the night? Is it because you're a badger? and just saw it. It's like getting highlights for a badger.
I tell you, it's weird. When you got a dog, and sometimes he makes like a weird... It's only happened like once or twice in its whole life, but sometimes he makes a weird noise where it yawned, but its mouth moved in a certain way, and it went, hello. That will freak you out, man. Hello. What the fuck is that?
Waking up thinking you need a really giant piss, but then discovering when you get to the toilet you only need a thimbleful, and then catching sight of your bloated middle-aged carcass in the mirror of the bathroom and thinking, what happened to that young lad, that Shropshire boy, so full of hope?
Oh, it's not full of hope, sorry. Needing the toilet is the right answer. Yes, the most common reason to wake up in the night is needing the toilet. I hate creeping around in the dark trying to find the way to the loo. It's bad enough in your own home, but when you try not to wake up a family of strangers, it can be very stressful. Top thing that makes Brits joyful.
Is it when you get, like, a fresh jar of Nescafe and you put your finger through the foil? That's quite
nice.
But I'm banned from Tesco, but it is fun.
Tomato ketchup. No, I mean, it's good with everything, even sex.
Is it Dyson hand dryers?
Yes,
I love
the
them.
new ones.
I love them. Like, you know when you have to use the old ones, it just feels like you're being breathed on by a perv and you feel ripped off? Is it seeing a drunk person headbutt a self-checkout machine? I saw a round of applause from a queue when that happened. It was a heartwarming moment.
I wonder if he scanned. When he headbutted, it went beep.
It had to steady itself, and then there was an awkward pause before it went, unexpected item.
Is it a good old-fashioned illegal cockfight?
Being paid.
It's when you don't pay for something.
You get something for free.
It's the right answer. Yes, the top thing that makes British people joyful is getting something for free. OK, worst fashion faux pas?
Shooting Gianni Versace.
actually number 2.
Oh. Is it sandwich board? You know, golf sale, or as we call it, the plywood poncho.
Oh, I tell you what it is. Is it tracky bottoms, but with shirt and shoes? Something in Manchester, I've seen quite a few blokes with tracky bottoms, like they're ready for anything. Like Jim, job interview. Like whatever happens, they're ready.
Socks and sandals.
Socks and sandals is number 2.
Is it walking into millets?
What if you pronounce it Mies? It's all right then.
It's Millets.
Mies.
It's a unisex garment.
High heels.
I would associate it with the 80s in Liverpool.
Track suits. Shell suits.
Shell suit is exactly the right answer. Yes, the worst fashion faux pas is the shell suit. I'll tell you who's going to be gutted when they hear that. Snails. Surely the worst fashion faux pas is when a ball slips out of your bikini. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Holly and Greg have 4 points, but our winners are Jason, David and Fern. They've got 7 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Work it out, Carol Vorderman. King of the Casio, David O'Doherty. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, nation's sweetheart, Peter Serafinowicz. Cheeky Scouser, John Bishop. And their team captain, Jason Manford. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
And welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys, statistics, and the wonders of the digital age. Yes, this week we're talking about the internet, gadgets, and technology. Did you know, for example, in a recent survey, 80% of Scottish men claim they regularly surf the web until they were told that the fruit machine in the chippy is not actually part of the internet. 7% of 80-year-olds have used email, and it's even better for them because they love spam. 21% of people text whilst on the loo. They're on pay-as-you-go. And 47% of men would give up sex for 6 months in return for a 50-inch plasma TV. And 47% of women said, deal. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what are the top uses of the internet. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 uses of the internet. Sean, your team to go first. What do you think people use the internet for?
Well, Carol, you're on the internet.
I'm on the internet all the time. I tell you what I do. I shop on the internet. I buy absolutely everything on the internet.
You're not worried about fraud and all that sort of stuff?
No.
You're not worried about people nicking your identity and that?
No.
I bet your password is proper confusing, though, isn't it? You've got an amazing password that you've actually got to solve 3 sums to get the password.
I buy a ton of books from Amazon, but I actually go to the factory and I never ever use their website.
You just go to the depot in Leicester?
Yeah, there's one in Germany. I just like to be able to browse and see them in the boxes and, you know...
It would be amazing if Amazon opened up a shop where you could browse. Yeah.
I find it weird when they do that thing where they sort of suggest other things that you might like to buy because of what you've bought previously. Like, I bought your DVD at Christmas, right? And then it
Thanks
said,
so much.
you like Jimmy Carr's DVD, you might also like a Police Academy 5 assignment Miami Beach.
Wait a Whereas actually, you'd be more likely to like Mission to Moscow, which is the 6th in the series.
But you were great in both of those films, so...
I tell you, I bought your DVD at Christmas as well, and you, quite rightly, you know, they offer you things that you think would be associated. And there's an inflatable bondage chair that came up online. But
well, there must have been some other things that you bought as well. I'll tell you what you would love.
They were also offering Mein Kampf. Jimmy, you might like Mein Kampf. It's a book by a young writer called Adolf Hitler.
999. It is, the recommendations is an odd thing because it's sort of... I don't mind buying stuff on Amazon, but when the recommendations come up, I do sometimes think, is that me? I've got to change.
It would freak you out if it happened in Tesco, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? If you were, like, buying some tuna and someone went, do you like tuna? You tried it with pasta? It's well nice. Or if somebody came and bought your shopping last minute. Like, you've done all the work, bought it, and you put your bid in for your shopping, you're lining up in Tesco and someone's gone, I think you'll find that's my shopping now.
David, do you buy anything on... You buy eBay stuff, don't you?
I recently bought on eBay a 5-foot actual-size inflatable giant penguin. And it's the first time ever in my life I have thought, wow, when my parents were my age, they had 2 kids in a house, and I have an actual-size 5-foot...
Right, let's have a look and see whether shopping is one of the top 5 uses of the internet.
Yay!
Yes! Shopping is, of course, one of the top 5 uses of the internet. The thing I love about internet shopping is when it gets delivered and you're not in, and you get to go and pick it up from an industrial estate 7 miles from your house. And on the way back, you have to drive past the shop you could have bought it from in the first fucking place. The worst thing about internet grocery shopping is the substitution. So if they've run out of butter, let's say, they bring you margarine. I've got a list of... these are all genuine substitutions that have happened to shoppers, OK? This is from the Guardian website, OK? Genuine substitutions. Someone bought some lychees and they replaced them, because they didn't have any lychees, they replaced them with Dairy-Lee. Near enough, fine, OK. Headache tablets. They wanted headache tablets. They got dishwasher tablets.
See, that lychees... Dairy-Lee isn't a real cheese, so it is technically a lying cheese.
You can't believe you're defending them. OK, this is, I think, my favourite. There's 2 more. 12 toilet rolls replaced with a pack of nappies. I imagine when the grocery shopping arrives, oh, thank God you're here. Well, OK, this is the best thing ever, OK? They didn't have any Tampax, so they replaced them with a Twix bar. It's a genuine thing. Clearly someone in a stockroom has gone, well, that's about the... yeah. Good luck, love.
Do you know what? When you eat them, they do feel like they expand inside you,
He's talking about tampons.
Yes! Not Twix bars, ugh!
Jason, John and Peter, what else do people use the internet for?
I think social networking, although I feel like a grandad just saying that phrase, social networking.
Yeah, my granddad always used to say that.
I'll be down that pit all day. Social networking.
That's where I met your gran, you know, Bebo. Yes. I feel like an old man when I talk about MySpace. I feel like I remember when this was all MySpace and all we had was friends reunited for a fiver and we were happy. You know, it's like, have you been to MySpace lately? It's like a waste ground. It's just Tom by himself crying.
You're obsessed by Twitter. Weren't you voted the best Twitterer?
Yes.
I think you were. No, you were, because you Twitter all the time.
Well, I don't Twitter all the time, but just occasionally I'll think of an off-colour, weird remark about robots or sperm, and then I'll just Twitter it and see how many people react to it, you know, and...
But being the world's, best Twitter is like being the world's strongest dwarf, isn't it, really?
So are you a big Twitter fan then, Sean?
I just think, I don't mind people doing it, I just wish they wouldn't mention it. I wish they would just do it and keep quiet about it. So what are you doing? Twittering. Shut up, don't want to know. I think what it is, it's basically digital shouting. That's what it is. Because if you were walking down the street, you wouldn't be walking down the street going, I'm going to the cinema. Yes, I'm going to the cinema. Going to see Avatar again. 3D rocks. Yeah. You think you're an idiot.
My issue with that, Sean, is the fact that you would clearly be brilliant on Twitter. Because that is exactly the kind of
There's
thing
someone
people...
pretending to be me on Twitter.
There is, yeah.
Someone pretending to be you on Twitter?
Yeah.
How grumpy are they?
Someone sent me something and they said, hey, do you want to stop it? I went, no, if they want to pretend they're me. I just think what a sad state their life's got into.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you could pretend to be anyone, why would you pretend to be a grumpy, middle-aged man with a hangover?
But what's weird about Twitter is the way people... Like, before, people would spot you in, you know, doing a bit of shopping or whatever, and then you would not know that person had spotted you doing shopping, and then you'd move on. Now, I got a message over there. Took me and my wife, we went to Nando's and then went to see Avatar, right? Now,
you've lived... Show business has changed you.
It's okay.
Nando's and then the movies.
Yeah, and,
it's one or t'other in the old days.
And then the next day, someone said, did you enjoy your chicken then? Right? That was weird, right, for one, that someone knew I'd had chicken. And then somebody went, you could have had a shave before taking your wife to the cinema. They're actually following me, not on Twitter, in real life.
I don't get that. They were following you in real life, and then they tweeted...
What, just come over and go? You could have... They twatted me. That's right, they twatted me.
All of you, that's going to happen to all of you who Twitter, one day your head's going to end up in a jar on someone's shelf. And I'm going to go, serves them right.
Tell you what, Sean, it's going to be your shelf. David, what are you on? Facebook or...?
I mean, I don't use... well, yeah. I mean, the main function of Facebook is to... look at pictures of your ex-girlfriend on holiday with her current boyfriend and look through 200 photographs till you find one where she's just got a slight look of regret in her eyes.
Oh, doubly funny when you know it's true.
But the thing is, it's gone beyond social networking now, because on Facebook you can farm. My wife farms on Facebook. When you plant things, then you have to go back. If we go on holiday, she's got to make sure she doesn't plant something that's going to wither before she returns. How ridiculous is that? I'm saying, get off, I want to look at porn. And she's looking at... corn.
Hang on, let me just grab this. This is... These are fake Sean Lock tweets. This is the guy that's been twittering pretending to be you.
Oh, brilliant.
Didn't someone once say it takes 42 muscles to frown and even less to smile? Well, it only takes 7 to pull the trigger on a sniper rifle.
That's pretty good.
Sounds like
That's all right.
11:10 a.m. January the 3rd from the internet. If I see another bloody mince pie... ...
This is horrible. I feel like I'm in some kind of nightmarish science fiction film. It is you, pretending to be you, saying it's not you.
I'll try and read some out.
Oh,
as
can you do that
then,
one?
yeah.
That bottom one. Which one? Can you do the bottom one in Sean's voice, please?
Just bought a beautiful Elvis Presley Dan Buster's clock plate advertised in the paper. Be worth a fortune one day.
First time in history there's a 13-year-old girl trying to be a middle-aged man.
Let's see if Twitter, Facebook and social networking is one of the top uses of the internet. Of course it is. Of course. Yes, top of the list is social networking. Facebook is a great way to meet new friends and organise your social life. Or, if you're in a hurry, you can just have your identity stolen and let the new you worry about all that. Carol, Sean, David, what else do people use the internet for?
Online gambling. People do online gambling. I have done a bit of online gambling. I bought a mattress on eBay. Casinos are normally a glamorous environment, aren't they? Whereas most people in online casinos are eating Rice Krispies in their pants and socks, aren't they? Saying, I'm going to break the bank at Monte Carlo.
I play a bit of poker online, but I remember I was playing once about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had about 40 quid, and I was winning, and then I fell asleep. And the next morning I woke up with nothing, and I thought, that wouldn't happen in a real casino, would it? They would, if you fell asleep in a real casino, they wouldn't carry on around you.
I just put a bet on for a friend of mine. It's law that there has to be a covered frontage on a bookies. You can't have an open front on a...
on the high street?
Yeah, which I guess to stop children looking in and seeing the wonderland of joy that exists inside. Dancing around, high-fiving each other.
I used to bet on the horses when I was young. I wasn't very good at it. My auntie was brilliant at it. She had a system, though, because she fucked jockeys.
And that didn't work for you?
I couldn't use it.
Just got that image of the jockeys coming on the horse. There's a chance of a shack! That'll sound fantastic.
I love that mime.
That is how you do a horse.
No, carry on, Carol. You
Let's see if online gambling is one of the most popular uses of the internet. Yes, it is. Yes, the fifth most popular use of the internet is gambling. The last big gamble I had with my computer was when I took it to PC World to get it mended. Jason's team, other use of the internet.
YouTube. Video.
Yeah.
You know, video.
YouTube.
What's great about YouTube is no matter what the clip is, it'll always end up into an international debate in the comments bit underneath. No matter, it'll be like Tommy Cooper doing a clip, someone will go, brilliant, oh, that is brilliant, and then someone will go, you got the trick wrong, dickhead. And someone will go, yeah, what? It's supposed to do that. Yo, fuck you, Yanks. Yeah, we saved you from the war. Fuck you. You're like, what? Tommy Cooper, man.
Well, very often it goes, it'll be like, that's shit, with 12 eyes. Or, that's gay, with 9 A. It's like everyone on YouTube is stuck in a homophobic well.
And in the olden days, they'd just send it in to You've Been Framed.
In a sense, YouTube is like a longer version of You Being Framed with no editor where they just show you all the shit people send in.
Oh, the YouTube clip that always gets me, or the email that goes with it, is I saw this and thought of you, because I always get my my thoughts up. Like, this is really, you found a short film that captures all the complexities of who I am as a person.
And then it's a link to Two Girls, One Cup. It's not in the top 5, but watching YouTube videos is still a very popular use of the internet. I find the comments under YouTube videos very informative. Did you know, for example, that you is a fag bell end? Fingers on buzzers. Sean.
Knitting, online knitting. I've had my desktop thing, whatever you call it, adapted, so I can do online knitting.
Oh, you're really committed to the desktop thing.
Yeah, I do online knitting, and I can knit anything I want, and then in my printer I've taken the ink out, replaced it with wool. It's much better than old-style knitting. Ooh. All right, not that. Is it trapdoor comparison websites?
What's that?
You know, trapdoorsupermarket.com. But you could just look at different trapdoors and decide which is the best one to buy.
Is it... well, it's porn, isn't it? I didn't want to say it, but...
Prawns.
No,
prawns.
Not prawns, no.
I was going to say, that's a bit specialist, Carol.
It's got... I think it's porn in it. I mean, the only one I've seen recently is...
Oh, sorry, you don't know, but...
No, I was just like... No, because when I knew we were doing the digital special, I thought, well, it's research, isn't it? So,
Jason, come on, we're doing the show, man. For fuck's sake.
There's nothing more difficult than trying to close a screen when your wife comes into the room. That little cross at the top gets smaller and smaller. Because you can't even look at it directly, because you think, I've got to keep eye contact with her so she doesn't look at the screen. You just go, hiya, love, you're all right. I think is it about there? About there. Is it there? Be all right. I think it'd be fine.
I think it's probably men who use it.
Do you think it's men that use it?
I don't think many women actually go looking for...
I think there's a lot of stuff aimed specifically at... Because the thing about the internet pornography, as opposed to pornography as it used to be, in wooded areas... That's where pornography used to live. Someone would buy it at the newsagent and then very kindly leave it in a wooded area for no... And you would see a shimmer of porn on the horizon.
Release it back into the world.
There's a genre of sneeze porn, which is people who tug it while seeing ladies in the process of sneezing.
No.
Yeah. People who obviously look forward to spring because of the pollen in the air.
Do you know what I use?
What do you use?
I use that footage of the Hindenburg disaster.
There is some women's... I don't know if you've seen this slash fiction. Have you seen this slash fiction?
I'm all over slash fiction.
Right, well, yeah, you are, right, because someone told me about it and said there's a panel show special, and there's one, there's an 8 out of 10 cats one on there, right?
What are you talking about?
A group of people have written erotic fiction about yourself and myself.
It's got like stuff like Jimmy Carr and David Walliams are having a little chat inside their dressing room. And I was reading this yesterday, right? Sean Locke walks past and he's jealous. And it always ends up with someone wrestling, right? There's always someone wrestling. Like Sean and Jimmy will wrestle over David Walliams. I know, it's weird.
It's so distressing. It's unbelievable.
The worst thing was, I thought, I'm not in any of these. I'm not even famous enough. I should be getting bummed at some point in none of these stories.
Let's have a look and see whether pornography is one of the top uses of the internet.
Gotta be, hasn't it?
Of course it is, yes. Yes, one of the most common uses of the internet is porn. The thing with internet pornography is it still has the power to surprise us. The other day, I saw something that shocked me. It was one man having sex with one woman. I couldn't believe it. There was no gangbang, no DP, no anal, no dwarves, no three-way, no water sports, no girl-on-girl, no gagging, no rimming, no granny fanny, no DV, no DA, no she-males, no MILFs. No one looked barely legal. It was just a man having sex with a woman. I thought, who comes up with this crazy shit? OK, one more thing to get. Sean.
Gaming. Computer gaming. They play games, don't they, people? That's all I know. You take over. I don't know any. I've never played a computer game.
That's when you can play a game with somebody remotely, is that right? As
Yeah.
opposed to buy something and just do it in your own house.
Yeah, you'll play like if you're sick of playing FIFA against the computer, you can get beat by a 10-year-old in China instead, and you can hear him laughing at you, making fun of you. It's like being back at school, being bullied in your own living room at 2 o'clock in the morning while someone's calling you a prick because you just shot them on Call of Duty. That's basically it.
I play Call of Duty and I'm terrible at it. I'm like, I wish I was good at it, but it's such a demoralising experience for me. You know, they're all going around shooting and winning, and I suddenly trip over and stab myself with the bayonet. I'm like, how is that even possible in the game?
I've no problem with people playing computer games. Just people who think it's like a grown-up and a sophisticated thing to do. It's just a much more expensive version of Hungry Hungry Hippos.
But the problem with this is that it's because you've got this online gaming with the Xbox and stuff. You've got kids going out but staying in. So they're with all the mates, but none of them are going anywhere. They're all at home, and we wonder why they're all little fat bastards. They haven't moved. They never meet each other.
No. David, do you play online games? Have you ever?
No, my father bought us an Atari 2600 when we were about 6, and my brother and I got horribly addicted to it, so I never, ever went back.
Didn't your dad not buy you a computer because he said...
He said they hadn't been invented yet. That's what my dad said. You can't have a computer, Sean. They haven't even invented yet. But they've got this new thing, it's called a bicycle.
You can't have that either because they're expensive. Let's have a look and see if gaming is one of the most popular things to do on the internet.
Up there.
Yes, of course, gaming is one of the most popular things to do on the internet. World of Warcraft is set in the world of Azeroth, a remote region tucked away behind the hills of Bedroomia, far beyond the sea of Lonelyonia, by the bleak forest of Masturbatoria, never once visited by the Girlfriendians or the Showgellians. So, the top 5 uses of the internet are social networking, shopping, porn, gaming and gambling. And that should be enough to get you through till the sandwich guy comes in at 11. The iPad can browse the internet, play music and movies, has a 10-hour battery life and 64 gigabytes of memory. Yes, but can it do this? No, it bloody can't. And people often check the internet for health tips. I looked up a health problem on the internet the other day. I'm too embarrassed to tell you what it was, but I will say they were incredibly helpful on mygiantredbollock.com. At the end of that round, Sean, Carol and David have 3 points. Jason, Peter and John have 2 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Carol, David, what do you like the look of?
We'll have a downloading.
Oh, yeah, we like
Downloading, OK.
Yeah.
You've chosen the download icon. Take a look at this clip from 1992.
Jenny, hold up. Look, I brought a disc, and we could copy this. All we gotta do is... Whoa.
Did I hear you right? Did I hear you saying that you're gonna make a copy of a game without paying? Come on, guys. I thought you knew better. Don't copy that floppy.
But I just wanted to make one copy.
You say, I'll just make a copy for me and a friend. Then he'll make one and she'll make one, and where will it end? Don't copy that floppy. So let me break this down for you. To do the right thing, it's really simple for you. The copyright law, it will tell you what to do. Buy one for every computer you use. Don't copy that floppy. Don't copy that floppy. See ya, I'm out of here.
I have learned my lesson through educational hip-hop right there. I am never downloading anything again.
Well, the question is, do the audience, we asked them before the show, do they think illegal downloading from the internet is stealing? Yes or no? But I should add, we asked them that question before we showed them the clip, because obviously now they know better.
Well, it's stealing, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody knows it's stealing.
Yeah, but do they think it... But is it really
I think it's
stealing?
It is really stealing. In fact, this is one of the few things I'd say they should have the death penalty for. Death penalty, because the death penalty, I don't think it's a deterrent for murder, because I think people will murder in deep passion, they think they won't get caught, whereas if you thought you could get beheaded for downloading a film, you go, maybe I'll just rent it. If you're genuine, it would work.
Have you ever illegally downloaded something?
Yeah,
be honest.
I have illegally downloaded stuff, but I, you know, at this point in time, I definitely buy...
You should be taken from this place to a place of execution where you should be hung by the neck until you are dead.
I still buy more music than I've ever bought before. I'm still consuming more music, albeit in slightly different ways. Times are changing, buddy, you square. This is the 90s. I mean, it's tricky, though, because, like, is it stealing?
Yeah.
Like, but it's stealing from a shop called Free Music. And it's a shop that in the past has ripped you off for the last 20 years, so...
Well, like my brother said to me the other day, he said, will you meet me mate, Jim? He just wants you to sign his copy of your DVD. So I said, yeah, all right, no worries. So I've come round, and it's a pirate copy. My DVD. Like, he's gone and actually printed the script, like the cover and everything, and gone, can you sign that? I've gone, no, I can't bloody sign. In the end, I just signed it, Jimmy Carr. There you go, deal with it. That's how it works.
Have you ever illegally downloaded anything?
I don't think so, no, but I do download apps, but I pay for those all the time. I love the apps.
You loving the apps, yeah.
I'm loving the apps on the iPhone. My favourite is iFart at the moment. I know it's childish, but it's caused me a lot of laughs.
What does that do?
49p. It's great. It's great. It's
49p? You could have brought Sprouts.
Downloaded iFart. It's got all the different sounds, and they've given it, like, squelcher, squeezer, rabbit thingy, da-da-da, and they're all different fart sounds.
You're the real Carol Vorderman. Did we book the wrong... Because I wanted to book the clever one off the show with the numbers.
So
Who did we book? Who's she? Downloading. Sean, presumably you've never downloaded...
look at him! Look at this! Of course he's never downloaded. What do you expect him to have, like a USB port in his arm or something? Look.
No, whatever he said.
OK, do the audience think illegal downloading from the internet is stealing? What do you
Probably
think?
not. They
You
probably don't.
What you're going to go for?
I think they don't.
You're saying no? What are you going for, Jason?
I think yes.
OK, I can tell you that 59% of our audience think illegal downloading is not stealing. People say you shouldn't buy illegal copies of DVDs because it funds the drug trade. But if you can't make money selling heroin, you really should try something else. Jason, Peter and John, what do you like the look of? What about the robot?
Let's go with the robot, I think.
OK, you picked the robot. Here's a clip of tomorrow's world to illustrate your question.
June the 16th, 1976.
Show his lordship in, Mabel.
Introducing Mabel, the robot housemaid. Begin the day with Able Mabel. She'll wake you at your preset time. She'll bring your morning tea brewed just how you like it. Ironing? Forget it. Leave it to Mabel with her computer understanding of textiles. She'll do your shopping too, and more economically with her analysis of market trends. Mabel, the multi-fingered robot whose hands combine the strength of a gorilla with the sensitivity of a watchmaker. Mabel will make 1976 a real leisure year. Buy Mabel now.
OK, that was Able Mabel. 19% of people would swap their partner for a robot. Is that true or false?
It depends on the robot, doesn't it? You know, like that box, you wouldn't want that. No one would want that, would you?
I think 90% of women might swap a husband for a
Yeah.
robot, but the other way, I don't know if you'd swap your wife, because...
Well, they are.
Because
women already are. You've only got to go to Aunt Summers. They're already on the way to swapping us for machines. once women learn how to carry heavy stuff, we're finished with.
Sean, what do you think? Would you swap your partner for a robot?
No, I wouldn't do that. That'd be crazy. And I don't imagine I'd trust the person who offered me that deal. Someone came up to me, they said, would you swap your partner for this robot? I'd say, I don't know, there's going to be a catch in here somewhere. I'd say no. I'd say, no, I'm going to go to a wife-swapping robot comparison website. See if I can get a better deal out there.
19% of people would swap their partner for a robot.
No.
True or false?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You've got to read it the other way around. That means that, what, 81%.
Well done.
You wouldn't. And that's the point.
Pressure was on there.
He jumped in my head. 72. I was like, no, I know it's not 72. But my head was going like, Carol's there, she's going to fucking laugh at you.
19% of people would swap their partner for a robot. True or false? What do you go for, Jason?
I think false. Do you think false?
I think it's true, but you go with it. You haven't been married as long
We'll
as
go
me.
false.
You're going false. OK, you're going false. What are you going to go for?
False.
You're going false? OK, I can tell you the answer is true. No. 19% of people would swap their partner for a robot. Of course, if I were to replace my girlfriend with a robot, I wouldn't want her to be simply tossed on the scrap heap. I'd want her to be covered in old fridges so she couldn't get out. So at the end of that round, I can tell you it is 4 points for Sean's team and 2 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Most annoying thing about new technology. Go on.
The most annoying thing about new technology is that whatever you get, and no matter how great you think it is, in 6 months' time there'll be one that's 15 times better than it out for half the price. So, like, you're there with your phone, check out my new phone. And then you meet someone about 2 weeks later and they go, oh, yeah, mine's got invisibility cloaking device on it.
I have seen your phone, though, and your phone is spectacularly bad.
I brought my phone into a shop recently, and the guy went, this is from 2004! And he got the guy, look, it's from 2004! Like, it's the oldest thing he had ever seen. It was like, 2004!
Did he get all the other phones to come and meet its dad? Come and meet your dad!
OK, most annoying thing about technology.
DVD players that don't play all regions of DVD.
Oh.
You don't play all regions of DVD, you are racist.
Sean. Oh, go on.
You know what really annoys me at the moment? My C button on my keyboard, because it won't click down properly.
Oh, of course.
And it just annoys
And
me
also-
every morning when I log on, and then when I didn't, and it... Oh, God!
Well, I think that's particular to you, Carol.
Do you
I
think
don't
it
think it's
is?
something that generally, if they polled, they would say it's Carol's C button on her keyboard.
No, I know what it is. It's kids at the back of the bus or on trains and that playing shit music through their phones.
Yeah.
And because they're well hard, you can't even go over and say, you know, listen, if I wanted to... The only way of doing it is to go up and go, oh, man, Usher is wicked, man. And then... That really hurt, that. I'm not gonna...
I love the fact that you think kids on a bus listening to Usher are automatically hard. Just give the fucker a smack.
It's something that used to be done by a human being that's been sort of, you know, automated.
The telephone automated helplines.
That is the right...
Yeah.
Well done.
Yes, the most annoying thing about new technology is computerised phone lines. Not getting reception is a common annoyance. They should make sure that there's an area in every street where you're guaranteed phone reception. And to mark the spot, they should put up a little box. And so you can see it, they should paint it red. And they should call it a phone box. Top Google search of 2009.
Is it Tiger Woods?
Ah.
Tiger Woods is a very good answer.
And a
I'll tell
late
you where
finish.
he's not in the top 10.
Really? Oh, because it was after, wasn't it? It was after, it was Christmas time. For 362 days of the year, we thought he was a lovely bloke and not a randy bastard. So for the last 3 days, yeah.
I was born like 12 days before Tiger Woods, and so I always compared my life to his life. And the thing I always had over him was, yeah, sure, he's won all those golf tournaments, but I've been off meeting the ladies. Now it turns out I got nothing.
The worst thing about the whole Tiger Woods thing for me was the way the media kept referring to his 6 mistresses as his 18 holes. I hated
You know why Carol like that? Because it had a little bit of maths in it. OK, a top Google search of 2009.
Michael Jackson.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is that?
That is the right answer.
Yes.
Yes, the top Google search in 2009 was Michael Jackson. Of course, Michael Jackson wore one white glove because he was a part-time snooker referee. In the Thriller video, there are some amazing special effects. At one point, he kisses a girl and looks black. I don't know how they did it. Extraordinary. OK. Most confusing technological term.
Oh, good grief. Winston Tager coded file.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I just made it up, but it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
Mouse. I think mouse is a stupid... I call it a hamster. And I don't call it a mouse mat, I call it a hamster carpet.
Actually, now, technically...
They broke the mould when they made you, didn't they, David? Total maverick.
No,
you
but
play by your rules, or you're not playing at all.
The one that confuses me online is page 404 not found. I go, well, I wasn't looking for page 404. I was looking for naked pictures of Megan Fox.
I think it's got to be that thing that was about a year ago, and then it stopped being something, which was the toggle. Everything was a toggle. You suppose your USB thing, you had the toggle.
Dongle.
Dongle, that was it, the dongle. See, it was so confusing, I didn't know what
Yeah, because they're hard. They don't dangle. The dongles don't dangle. They're actually hard, aren't they? You put them in.
A dongle doesn't dangle because it's hard.
Sounds like the start of a folk song. Oh, the dongle and dangle, 'cause he's all in time. Oh, dongle, go dangle and down.
I can tell you, a dongle, the right answer.
Oh, what about the other jokes?
The right answer. Yes, according to the survey, the most confusing technological term is dongle. If you're not sure what a dongle is, it's a thingamy about the size of a doodah that lets you gizmo fiddle-faddle around with your whatchamacallits, usually via a USB port. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Carol and David have 4 points, Jason, Peter and John have 1. They've got 5 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, Hello Campers, David Walliams, Culture Vulture, Lauren Laverne, and their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, Prince of Wales, Rod Gilbert, Strike Up Hose, Janice Dickinson, and their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
And welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about survey statistics. And this week, we're focusing on all the things that you find irritating, upsetting and offensive. Did you know, for example, English people moan for 100 minutes a day, a unit of time known as an EastEnders omnibus? According to a recent survey, Bombay is the rudest city in the world because it sounds like Bombay. And why isn't Bangkok on that list? And the film with the most swear words is Sex in the City. Well, it was when I fucking watched it. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what things they find the most irritating, annoying and offensive. It's our panellists' job to guess the top 5. Jason, your team to go first. So Jason, Lauren, David, what do people find irritating, annoying and offensive?
Can I just say good luck, Jimmy, and have a great show, yeah?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Have a really great show, yeah?
Yeah, you too. That is quite an offensive and irritating thing, isn't it?
Is it the fact that people are so obsessed by celebrities?
Yeah. There's people in the papers all the time for shagging and that.
I know.
I mean, like Jordan has been the big one recently because she's remarried in Vegas. I mean, personally, I think it's clearly a love match that's going to work out. You know, she's a best-selling author, a writer. I wish her all the best.
Yeah.
Well, but does she write... you know, and she's written all these books. A lot of celebrity autobiographies are no holds barred. Hers are no holes barred.
I thought you were talking about me. Because I was writing books. And I had sex with celebrities, so...
Who have you had sex with?
All of them.
You've had sex with all of them?
Yes.
Oh.
Several times. You're next.
Who have you had sex with?
OK, you haven't read my books?
I've read your books,
Of course
Janice.
not. Oh. OK, name names.
Liam Neeson.
Yes.
Sly Stallone.
Yes.
They're the two biggies in the book.
They weren't that biggie.
Let's just forget the show. Let's just talk about this.
Who else was on the list? Mick
Jack
Jagger?
Nicholson. But I dated these
Jack
men...
Nicholson?
Yes.
Well done.
Have you really shagged Jack Nicholson?
Yes.
What was he like?
The Joker was wild.
Nice.
The Joker was what? She's even got a line on it.
Janice just asked me, she said, do I sound like a slag? And I went, no.
But hang on. We were talking about Janice's autobiography, and to be fair, that is a different kettle of fish from, you know, Chantel off Big Brother's autobiography.
Well, a lot of them, it almost reads like when you remember at school and you have to write about your weekend. You have to they go, what did you do?
The news book
This is what I did on my holidays. I went out and played with friends. I did some skipping. I had some chocolate. I went out again and played with friends. We went to see Grandma. Then I married Wayne Rooney.
Sean, are you a fan of celebrity culture?
Yeah.
He loves it.
I can't wait till that copy of Heat hits the doormat. When does it come out? Every day? Tuesday.
Near enough, Sean, near enough.
It's weird. I do think what's weird about magazines like Heat is it's gossip. It's a gossip magazine. I was brought up to believe that gossip wasn't like a good thing. It was like on a moral par with like shoplifting or smearing shit on toilet doors, you know. It wasn't something you went on about.
I find those magazines quite hypnotising. Do you know what I think? When you walk in, they're always in that order, aren't they? Like, hello, look, closer, OK, now.
I hate the whole thing, celebrity culture, the whole Heat thing. If I wanted racism, ignorance and people wanking off a pig, I'd have stayed at home with my parents.
Let's have a look and see whether our obsession with celebrities has annoyed the public. Yes, the thing that offends us most is celebrity culture. These days, people want the rewards of being a celebrity without the long, hard slog of having to go out with David Walliams. A lot of people think that, you know, the kind of people that go on reality TV wouldn't be able to survive in the real world. Here's Big Brother's Nikki Graham working as a fisherman.
Nikki has no idea what jobs are about to hit her in the next 48 hours.
I'd quite like to work in a school, fashion industry, for a skincare company, but only for an hour or two, that's the problem.
Is this actually fishing? Are we doing it now? Am I fishing now? In the net? Stop the boat. I'm gonna be sick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
After a an hour of trawling, the nets are raised. But Nikki still hasn't lifted a finger.
Crawling around on the boat.
We're going home now.
You've been saying that ever since I got on the boat.
That was, of course, Nicky Graham from Big Brother there being a trawlerman.
It made me enjoy fish more. And that's the amount of pain she goes through for every fish I eat. She'd be better as bait, wouldn't she? Put her hook and chuck her overboard.
Right, what else do people find irritating, annoying and offensive? Sean?
Is it personal hygiene, Jimmy? Do people not like smelly people?
Yeah, especially in London, on the tube, bad breath, smelly armpits, all that stuff, that's going to be in there. People, yeah.
Sometimes it's nice because people have a manly smell.
Yeah. Funky.
Funky?
I don't like funky odours, but, you know, some guys that, have funk.
A lot of celebrities bring out perfumes, don't they? The only one who hasn't brought out a perfume is Amy Winehouse. And if she did, I think it would be called something like Landfill.
I think it might be called Amy Winehouse Pull My Finger.
Yeah.
You can imagine the bottle, though, would be just a little glass shape of a crack pipe. Should be a
This is almost like a product development meeting now. Let's move on.
Sometimes with the... like, when you go to wash your hands after you've had a wee and that's quite a... People get very annoyed about that. And I do wash my hands. Sometimes I pretend to wash them and then come out and my wife's like, looks at me like I've washed them, so I have to do a little pretend dry of my hands. I'm drying nothing, but I like to pretend for her sake.
Have you heard that thing that in a bowl of peanuts on the bar there's like 11 or 20 or 30 different...
27.
What? 27 different types of urine?
You know that's why they're called peanuts.
See, I didn't...
Gotta let it go when that happens.
I didn't even know there were 27 different... I can only think of clear and cloudy, and I was stuck.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Let's have a look and see whether personal hygiene is something that annoys you British people. Yes, 47% of us find bad personal hygiene offensive. My girlfriend's actually got a cleanliness problem downstairs. Kitchen's a fucking state. OK, Jason, Lauren, David.
Politicians and MPs and that. They're annoying, aren't they?
They are annoying.
Can I be a dissenting voice? Am I the only person in the country who thinks that they're getting a bit of a raw deal and the whole expenses thing is a lot of fuss about nothing? We haven't got a media outcry. We're not all up in arms about the fact that people who work in office nick post-it notes or people who work in shops nick the odd bag of crisps. We don't have a media outcry about plumbers, builders, electricians who insist on being paid cash so they can avoid the taxes. Why politicians? If you want to clean your moat, clean your bloody moat. I'll pay for it. If you have 2 toilet seats, shitting on 1 toilet seat does get boring. Have 2 toilet seats.
There was a national...
If your husband and your son bloody want to sit all day watching porn at home, then I'll happily pay for it. Have a family wank on me, politicians. Am I the only person who thinks like that?
My favourite one was Alistair Darling claimed 48 quid because somebody wrote something uncomplimentary on his front door. Now, he lives at number 11 Downing Street. The only person that could have been was Gordon Brown. It's like he's gone out and gone, fuck you prick, there's your 50 quid there.
I can tell you, it's not in the top 5, but politicians are also on the list of things that people find annoying. Sean's team.
Is it swearing, Jimmy?
Well, swearing does offend people.
People are offended by swearing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of rules now about swearing, aren't there? I mean, you can't use the C word on television unless you're talking about Piers Morgan.
True story.
I think with swearing on telly and people get annoyed about it, but I think, I'm not a massive swearer generally, but you do see people getting angry. Like, even on this show, they'll complain, like Jonathan Ross will complain, all these things. You think, well, it's adult entertainment, it's after 10 o'clock, deal with it. If Trevor McDonald starts doing it, then write in, you know what I mean? If you go, wrong, fuck you, then I go, fair enough. I'll write in my bloody self.
Dennis, do you think people are more offended by swearing in the States?
I think, yes. Yes.
Good, OK, I'll write that down.
Michael Jackson famously never swore in his life, although you can't help feeling that maybe his problems came out in other ways that we don't know about. Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be swearing in front of kids anyway. So
Yeah, you must swear in front of kids.
OK, let's see if swearing is one of the most offensive things. Yes, 24% of people in Britain are offended by swearing. According to BBC guidelines, the most offensive terms are the C word and the F word. But we're on Channel 4, so we can say whatever the fuck we like, and those can't do anything about it. Couple more to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Is it smoking?
Smoking.
Smoking. People find that irritating.
I've never smoked, but I do. If I did smoke, I would like to maybe smoke a pipe. When you see a fellow with a pipe, it gives him a little bit of thinking time, a little bit of gravitas, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, ask us a question.
Which continent is Italy in?
Europe, right? Look stupid, don't I? Watch it with the pipe, right? Ready? Ask me again.
Which continent is Italy in?
Europe.
Good point, yeah. The pipe is really a dying art as well. You just sort of don't see you never see like an 18-year-old guy in a hoodie going.
I like that.
So smoking, you're a smoker, Sean. You don't find it annoying, surely?
No, I think smoking's great. I think more people should smoke. It's brilliant.
I've given up 8 weeks.
How did you do it, Rod? Did you do
I just
hypnotherapy?
stopped smoking them.
Right.
They're so expensive.
My dad caught me smoking.
What happened?
My dad caught me smoking.
What happened?
He did that thing. He took me into a room and he said, right, he got out 20 Embassy and he said, right, smoke them. You know, so I smoked them because I'd run out. I smoked a few and I finished those and he went, there's another pack, smoke them. I said, it's all right, Dad, I understand. I smoke those, I feel sick, I give up. He goes, no, keep smoking. You collect the coupons, I want to get a hostess trolley. Your mum.
Do you find it annoying, David? You don't mind, do you?
They say smoking is a sort of... it's a nipple substitute.
Yeah. I'd rather have a tit in my mouth, obviously. I'd much rather have a tit in my mouth. I go, like, I've had a cup of tea, I'll have a tit in my mouth.
See, I wouldn't mind doing that passively, then. That'd be all right.
Do they find it offensive in the United Kingdom when pregnant women, or not pregnant women, when lactating women feed their children in public?
Not like in America, no, not as
like
much. I mean...
We like it.
You like it?
I find it offensive. What I find offensive is when they're breastfeeding in public and then they sort of move away so you can't see. Yeah, and I think, what do you think? Do you think I'm getting some kind of sexual thrill of you feeding your child? No.
My wife's got lots of friends who've got breastfeeding babies at the moment and that, and you can't... Sometimes you just walk in the room, start chatting to them, and it's only a few minutes into the conversation you realise they've got a tit out, and you sort of... Then, you've never kept eye contact as much as when someone's got a tit out. You can't even break eye contact. You can never leave that conversation until that baby has finished eating.
Have you tasted... Don't take this the wrong way.
OK.
Have you tasted your wife's breast milk?
Well, we ran out of milk once, and... no, you know when it was snowing a lot and we didn't want to go out? We were snowed in, and those Special K are ranked by themselves, so...
They've banned advertising, haven't they? They've banned advertising, particularly at sporting events, like the snooker championship. It used to be sponsored by Embassy, and they've banned that, and now it's sponsored by Pucker Pies. And I was thinking, that's not really solving the problem, that's just moving it down an organ. And also, no more hypocrisy, right? They've banned smoking sponsorship, but they let Mercury sponsor the music prize. That stuff's lethal.
Right, let's have a look and see whether smoking is up there. Yes, 30% of us are irritated by smoking. Famous smokers include Albert Einstein, Winston Churchill, Alfred Hitchcock and Humphrey Bogart. It's like a who's who of what's that shadow on my lung. Smoking was invented in Central America by the ancient Mayans, who were sick of standing around outside office buildings in winter with nothing to do. Right, what else do the nation find irritating, annoying and offensive? One more thing to get.
Is it teenagers?
Teenagers?
Because a lot of people are scared of teenagers. But, you know, I'm not scared of teenage boys, unless they're threatening to go to the press, of course.
Oh, it's funny because it's true.
It's a worrying age, that, though, isn't it? That sort of 16 to 18 is weird, because you're allowed to have sex at 16, but you're not allowed to watch people on a rude video having sex till you're 18. So there's 2
You
years.
can have sex, you just can't look down.
Yeah.
I do think it's a lot. I think it's unfair. They do that thing to stop teenagers. They got that noise, that buzzing noise, a mosquito it's called. They put it outside shops, and it discourages teenagers from congregating outside, shops and shopping centres.
What's it sound like?
And that's it's sort of. Well, we
don't know.
You're definitely too old to hear it.
Right.
No, sorry, Janice. You
No
walked into
worries.
that.
I'll
It's
get
all
you
right.
later.
Yeah, all right, fine. It's discrimination, isn't it? If you couldn't do that to any other group in society, create a noise or something to stop the congregation. Like if you put outside, if you didn't want old people to go down into the shopping centre, you just have people dressed up in German uniforms going, Peppers? Where are you, Peppers?
Did you read that about that 8-year-old who got an ASBO to stop him carrying DIY tools around his neighbourhood because he was terrorising people? And when they questioned him, he said, I just like Bob the Builder. Right, and that was his thing. Like, 8 years old. I was like, I don't remember that episode. Like, Bob the Builder cuts his face off. Terrifying.
OK, I can tell you it is not in the top 5, but some people find teenagers annoying. OK, what go on? One more to get.
Is it noise? Is it noise? Is it noise?
Stop it.
Is it noise? Is it repetitive noises? People keep making noises.
Call the doctors. He's
that
lost
noise?
it.
Is it noise, Jimmy? Will you say something, you fucking robot?
I'm going to chip in a minute when you stop pressing the fucking button.
Is it noise?
Like noise pollution, innit? Noise pollution, innit?
Is it noise, Jimmy?
Yes.
Is it noise?
Jimmy, help!
It's too late for you.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Is it noise?
All right.
Are you all right?
He's lost his
Do you need a cuddle?
marbles.
I'm all right.
We're all right now, Jimmy.
Is it fucking noise?
Yes. Yeah, noise pollution, yeah. Noise
I
pollution.
think people take it a bit too serious. I was in the...
Noise?
Yeah. Like, people go on
take
about
noise
it.
too seriously.
Have you ever been in the quiet carriage of a Virgin train?
Yes.
Oh, they're
Hey.
brilliant. If you like tutting, you are in luck.
I was in there the other day, right, and I was watching Kirby Enthusiasm on the old laptop there. I got the earphones in, I was having a little chuckle. This woman come over and she went, can you stop laughing? How miserable do you need to get to when somebody's laughter is hurting your ears?
You shouldn't have been using it in the quiet carriage. Not even
I
on
had
it. Not even on
earphones
it.
in.
It doesn't matter when you've
It
got
does.
headphones in. You can still hear it.
No, you can't.
Of course you can.
No,
Have you
you
never
can't.
heard somebody on the train with headphones in? You can still hear
That's
what they're doing.
R&B, not bloody Jewish humour.
It doesn't matter what it is. R&B isn't louder than Kirby Enthusiasm if the volume level's on the same thing.
Yeah, he's right. Imagine if you were watching 8 out of 10 Cats and you just heard me going, is it noise? Is it noise?
No, in a quiet carriage, people take it, even just having a little chat sometimes, people come over and give it the old shh. You go, I just think it's the wrong way round.
Quite rightly. What do you mean it should be the other way round? You think somebody should come up to you and go shh, and then you talk?
No, I think...
What are you saying?
I think somebody talking quietly on the phone, like, yes, right, that is quieter than, like, four, like, Yorkshire girls on a hen party, like, we're going to London!
Listen, a Boeing 743 is probably quieter than a bloody 747. Doesn't mean you can stick one in the quiet carriage, you dick.
It is worth pointing out Roddy's the most miserable man in the world. Noise pollution was always going to annoy you.
I didn't...
Do you know what?
You've annoyed me since you said people take noise too
They
seriously.
do take it too seriously.
Oh, come on, give me another example. You were playing a trombone in a funeral.
But music's got to be loud sometimes.
Music's
No,
what?
You want to go to Glastonbury and it's like, oh, well, we just keep it down a bit.
No, but Glastonbury hasn't got a quiet section, has it?
It does have the silent disco.
I saw you play Glastonbury. It was well quiet in that tent.
I've never played Glastonbury. And if you did that...
You call me a dick?
I think comedians are the bravest men in the world. Let's give these guys a hand. I mean, you have to
No.
be so brave. You know,
I'd say...
You guys are so funny and smart.
We are so brave.
Comedians.
So brave.
I think our
comedians.
audience are not American and have
I'd
gone,
say-
really? Do we? Because I've heard psychiatric nurses work quite hard. There's a certain amount of bravery in the armed forces as well. But yes, I suppose you've got a point with comedians.
I love comedians.
OK, let's have a look and see whether noise pollution is one of the most irritating things.
Yeah.
24% of us are irritated by noise pollution. I hate people that make loud noise on public transport, particularly explosions. So, those are the top 5 things that offend the nation. But there are other things that Brits find annoying, irritating and offensive. Cold callers annoy us. You pick up the phone and it's a strange foreign voice you don't recognise, babbling about something you're not interested in. Mr. Jimmy, I have your baby now. Please send the money. I just put the phone down. So, at the end of the round, Sean, Janice and Rod have 2 points. Jason, David and Lauren have 3 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Jason's team, you want to go first? What do you like the look of?
Yes, we'll go for the picture of the pub.
Pub.
OK, here's a clip from the toughest pubs in Britain to illustrate your question.
What kind of hard bastard drinks in the Wyndham Arms? Old hard bastards.
And this is the best pub in fucking Wales.
The regulars are happy to fight amongst themselves. Dogsy and Derek can't agree on who ran away when they picked a fight with 7 Gurkhas.
My bastard ran away. You can't fight yourself. Yeah, you bastard coward, you ran away.
Bob found a novel way to intimidate some French tourists.
And they were all talking, so I set my hair alight. And Mum said, oh, you stinking the fucking place out. How many sit-ups can you do?
That was Rod Gilbert's dad there.
So the only thing that's hard in that pub is their prostates.
OK, 30% of people think what should be banned from pubs?
Those men. Is it pork scratchings?
Pork scratching banned from pubs? No.
Pork scratchings.
Yeah. Pork scratchings, what they are, they're bits of the pig. They're like the skin of the pig, and they're cooked. They're crackly. Basically, it's like a pig jigsaw. You can actually make a pig.
Pig saw, yeah.
Pig saw.
Eat them.
Yeah.
Imagine me dating this guy. Where we go? We're going to go eat pigs, jigsaw pigs on the date.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
I don't think he's asking you out, Janice. He's just telling you what pork scratchings are.
Yeah, but we would go out, and I'd give you a pint of bitter and say, eat that, or you're not getting a lift home.
I'd do it.
Yeah. No, they're a delicacy. They're really nice with bitter. What?
I'd fuck you in the taxi hard.
Right, OK.
I'd ride you hard all the way home.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Wow. You'd like them, pork scratchings, you really would?
No, I would not.
Rod, is this OK for you? Is this like when your mum and dad get off in front of you? 30% of people think what should be banned from pubs?
Is it mobile phones?
Mobile phones is a good suggestion, I would say. They are kind of annoying, but no, it's not.
I'll tell you what I'd like to ban is confit of duck. I don't think you should ever be sitting in a pub and someone walking around and go, confit of duck, rack of lamb. That should never be heard in a pub. I'm not a fan of the gastropub. What's happened is all these pubs are serving food and they're all full up with people. Pubs used to be half empty.
Pubs are cool.
They were great. They were great. Just a few and a couple of other blokes and you had a chat. Now, it's full of people having meals. Couples going... You go, I can't even get a seat. It's just shit.
Is it children? Because I don't know if they have them really in the rest of the country, but in the north they have, like, fun pubs. Just basically, like, one
Fun
half of
pubs.
it is a giant padded cell that the children go in. The wacky warehouse. And then the adults just get pissed in the other half. That can't be right.
No, they should be getting pissed in the wacky warehouse. Because that's the safest place to be. I'm falling down a pipe!
But yeah, maybe it's kids, because there's lots of kind of...
It's kids.
That is the right answer.
Oh,
Smart.
great.
Yes, 30% of people think children should be banned from pubs. You do sometimes see kids in pubs with their dad, or alco-pops, as they probably call him. Sean, Janice and Rod, what do you like the look of?
The woman with the lips.
OK, you've chosen the woman checking herself out in the mirror.
Right.
Here is a clip from Snog, Marry, Avoid to illustrate your question.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. I'm a sexy scouser. I love feeling really sexy and looking dead sexy. I'm bringing sexy back. I just love feeling sexy. Sexy and sophisticated. I like wearing sexy stuff.
Get your sexy on.
I just love wearing false temp because it just makes you look perfect. It makes me feel sexier and a lot more attractive. I'm actually putting a towel around me because I did forget to bring me clothes. So I've got to go over the towel. Look, my towel fell off. The colour on my face is progressing and it's getting a bit darker. Just like being fake.
That was from a show called Snog, Marry, Avoid. I think we all agree avoid? Yes?
Yeah. Have you seen that show? That show should just be called Avoid, Avoid, Avoid.
OK, we asked our audience, do you think Brits place too much importance on the way we look?
I think you look a lot better than Americans.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I do.
Wow, that's like...
Stop it, you.
That's amazing.
Example, Jimmy's wearing a custom-made Dolce something or other, and you are in plaid.
Is that what this is?
But that's...
What about me?
This is,
You're fab.
George from Asda. I don't know if you know it.
Thing with that, you're only paying for the label. Rod, do you spend a lot of time thinking about how you look?
I don't know. What's the average? How much do you spend?
You didn't shave before you came on.
No, I didn't shave, but then I don't shave. I have it like that. I trim it to that kind of length.
And on your neck, too?
Yeah, on my neck, too. Yeah, all over, pretty much.
You don't shave your balls?
I don't shave my balls. No, I did. I tried to shave... I tried to cut them once with the scissors, but I was drunk and it went straight through. I think, genuinely, I was in a hotel in South Africa and everybody was talking about doing it and I didn't realise everybody did it, so I went back to my room, took out a hairdressing scissors because I cut my own hair and had to go downstairs and literally just knock through.
Oh. Can I stop you on the I cut my own hair?
Yeah.
Do you cut your own hair?
Yeah.
OK.
Why, that's the bit you think I made up?
No. David, do you think people care too much about their appearance?
Well, I do enjoy a facial, but that's nothing to do with... What do you think, Janice, about all these celebrities who have plastic surgery?
I just have to look in the mirror.
No, don't say you've had something done. No, you haven't had anything done.
I was not born with these.
What about the face?
I've had the face done, too.
Fair play.
What have you had done?
My punani.
Are you married?
No.
You're not? Are
No.
you straight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think so.
He would say yes. And
You've opened a can of worms there, Janice.
No, because I love that pink shirt you're wearing.
Yeah. That's not the campest thing about him.
OK, do you think Brits place too much importance on the way we look? What are you going to go for, Jason?
No, I've seen...
No, you don't think
I
so?
don't think so.
OK,
No, I don't
and
think
you're going to go for...
I'll probably go for no.
No, let's go yes.
Yes.
All right, go yes, then. Yes,
Okay.
they do.
You're going yes? Well, I can tell you, the answer is yes. 71% of our studio audience think Brits place too much importance on the way we look. Someone silence her. Plastic surgery can go too far. David Guest looks like he's escaped from a Batman movie and then celebrated with some bad plastic surgery. And that joke, of course, was originally about you.
Go ahead, I can take it, Jimmy.
That's going in the wank bank. OK, so at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Sean's team and 4 points for Jason's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Person Brits find most offensive.
Dave fuck. He's a friend of mine. He's just got one of those unfortunate names, isn't he?
Dave.
I know it is. It's that fat bastard from the Go Compare adverts. Go Compare! It's not me, by the way, but... Go Compare! Right. Go Compare!
I've had enough of
Shut
this.
the fuck up, man!
His name is Wyn Evans and he's from my own town and he's a very nice chap.
He's whining.
And that is bloody true, that
but
is.
if I ever see him in a quiet carriage, I'll tell him to get nuts.
It better not be Katie Price.
No.
Katie Price is the second most offensive person.
Is it Andrew Lloyd Webber's face? It's terrifying.
He's so nice. I love him.
Sorry, you're saying he's so nice. I'm guessing...
very nice.
You didn't, did you?
I did a TV show with him once.
Is that okay?
Oh, really?
Well, that's all. I just said I know him. He's very nice.
Have you seen I'd Do Anything? That's not the title of your book,
Sir
is it?
Lloyd Webber. If it has a pulse, I'll do it.
Well, I feel hurt now. I think it's David Attenborough. I think people are offended by David because he's brought so much filth into the living rooms of Britain. I've sat down expecting to watch some television and I've had to watch hippos having sex. And I think this is all your fault, David, you dirty bastard. And you know, when he films them, he films like the safe English version, then he films a continental hardcore version. And he goes, "Where do you think you're going, Pingu? Get back on the rock."
Person Brits find most offensive?
I know. Go on.
Nick Griffin. It's got to be Nick Griffin.
That is correct.
Lovely.
Yes, the person Brits find most offensive is BNP leader Nick Griffin.
He has got a face like it's like a sock with marbles in it. I know, he's sort of like...
That's because he shot himself in the eye, didn't he?
I was going to go as him for
Yeah.
Halloween last year and just sellotape some meat to my face. But it seemed like a bit of a waste of pig in the end, so...
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't bother. But yeah, he's a c***, isn't he?
Host of The Culture Show, Lauren Laverne. OK, most hated profession?
Sniper. Well, you know, you're just going down the shops, aren't you? Oh, wow! How about popcorn sellers at cinemas? How much? Popcorn?
That's my favourite thing about going to the cinema, like trying to keep a straight face when you go, £8.50 for a Coke and popcorn.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's very reasonable.
It's hyperinflation, isn't it? It's like...
You've not been to a normal shop.
I don't think they should sell popcorn. Popcorn's too noisy for the cinema. It's too... That's all you can hear.
Who's taking noise a bit too seriously?
It's too bloody noisy.
Yeah.
For the cinema and for the quiet carriage. They
Mr.
they should only sell flumps. That's all they should be allowed, flumps.
Janice, most hated profession? What do you think?
Parking ticket guys.
Correct answer.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, the most hated profession is traffic wardens. I get confused by the different titles. There's traffic warden, civil enforcement officer, parking attendant. Someone needs to come up with a blanket term for these arseholes. OK, top thing, women hate to be called.
Malcolm. They hate it, don't they? All right, Malcolm.
I know. They don't like being called the lodger.
Is it mate? Oi, mate!
Mate is number 4 on the list. You're on the right line.
I've actually accidentally called my wife mate. Sometimes, just like you're having a chat and you go, "Do you want a cup of tea?" You go, "Yeah, I'll have a cup of tea, mate." She goes, "What did you just call me?" And you go, "No, mate, like, you know, like in the animal kingdom, like mates, like mate."
Making a cup of tea is not the worst time you could have done that.
No,
All right, mate.
Do you like that,
Oi, oi.
Probably love.
Love is number 2.
Darling, sweet
Darling.
cheeks.
Little lady.
Darling's number
Candy
7.
pants.
Oh, OK,
Sugar
you're getting all
tits.
them. What was the other one?
Fat arse.
So what was that?
Sugar tits.
Sugar tits? Sugar tits are like my 2 favourite things come together. Sounds brilliant.
Is it Babe?
That is the right answer.
Oh, lovely stuff. Yeah, walking away.
Yes, the top thing women hate to be called is babe. Emmeline Pankhurst worked tirelessly with the suffragettes for years to stop casual misogyny. If you're watching, Emily, nice one, darling. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Janice and Rod have 4 points, but Jason, David and Lauren have won with 6 points. Oh. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
The very best of 8 out of 10 cats. David Walliams, Fern Britton, Jack Whitehall, Jamelia, Lauren Laverne, Peter Jones, Michael Ball, Peter Serafinowicz, Denise Lewis, John Bishop, and their team captain, Jason Manford. And facing them tonight, Claudia Winkleman, Carol Vorderman, Stephen Baldwin, Alan Cochran, Josie Long, Johnny Vaughn, Greg Davies, Rod Gilbert, David O'Doherty, Shappy Corsandi, Holly Walsh, Janice Dickinson, and 13 Captain John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, the average sofa will witness 300 arguments, over 1,000 cuddles and 1,500 spillages? An argument that leads to a cuddle that leads to a spillage. That is a great Saturday night in. The biggest participation sport in the world is fishing. Of course, a lot of the participants are fish, and they're not happy about it. In a recent survey, 80% of Scottish men claim they regularly surf the web, until they were told that the fruit machine in the chippy is not actually part of the internet. 7% of 80-year-olds have used email, and it's even better for them because they love spam. And 9% of people regard their work as meaningless. Right, let's get on with this celebrity panel show about opinion poll surveys and statistics. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Jason, your team to go first. Oh. Jamelia, Charlie, what have the nation been talking about?
It's got to be snow, hasn't it?
It's absolutely got to be.
And what's funny is it's become a national story now. It's hit London. But we've had it for ages in the northwest. We've had it since about 1984.
Luckily, you don't go on about it.
You're enjoying it right now. You're at a stage where you're like, oh, look at it, it's all white, so we can build snowmen, and don't our gardens look like everyone else? Hell is coming, London. Hell is coming.
I was walking along the road just after it snowed and everyone was moaning about lack of grit. I saw someone had taken it into their own hands, and what they'd done was they put loads of flour on the drive, and then when they run out of flour, they put loads of oats, and then they put loads of sugar. And I was really expecting to see, just next to that, a baker frozen to death. Just...
I've got my own salt. I use these little sachets of salt. What I do is I sprinkle a bit like that. Right, then I get another one out.
I get really pissed off. I get really pissed off by the whole, like, panic buying stuff that everyone talks about, like, panic buying, because there's a food shortage, people go out and they panic buy bread, eggs and milk. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like panic buying in a food shortage. That's quite intelligent buying. Panic buying would be if you went out to the shops during a food shortage and came back with, like, a copy of 40 Towers and a dildo. I panicked!
I've still yet to see snow. I've got no heating in my house, though.
No heating in your house?
No heating in my house.
You can't work the buttons, can you?
Basically.
You just press everything.
You know, there's
Lights coming on.
How do you know that?
Shutters in the garage go...
Have you been out and done a snowman? Have you done the snowman, Sean?
I haven't done a snowman, no.
What are you suggesting?
You won't touch a snowman.
What do I do a snowman for? What sort of dirty bastard? Even if I wanted to, I don't think I could.
I did see the 2 guys that drove on the canal this week. Did you see that?
Great, wasn't it?
You know, the best thing about the story, so it was guys, they got their car, whatever it was, a little tiny Citroen, they drove it along a canal and it went into the water, and it reported that they both made it out alive, and so did the dog. They took a dog.
Maybe the dog was driving. That's why they're on the canal. You know, sometimes you go to your dog, go on, you have a go. Sellotape his paws to the wheel. I'll do the gears, don't worry about the pedals. That's what happened.
You've got kids, Jamelia. Were they off school?
My kids don't go to school.
Your kids don't go to school? No, it's for the best.
I homeschool them.
Sorry. Good.
Do you homeschool?
Not really.
I homeschool them.
Well, good luck, Jamelia's kids. So all the best with that.
What do you mean?
You homeschool them?
What do you wear? No, I know.
What do you wear? Yeah, that was my first thought. What do you wear, Jamelia? A saucy school teacher's outfit?
I know how I'll come across on these panel shows, right? But I am actually intelligent. I would not. No, but, you know, I wouldn't do something like that. You know.
Are they not sick of you though? Like after spending all day with you, and then they get home.
No,
they're at home.
Number one, we don't spend all day
Okay.
doing schooling because, like, children don't need the whole time, and we don't stay in the house either. Like, you know, sometimes we go to Tesco's.
Oh, where are we going tomorrow on our field trip? My mummy's getting the bikini waxed. Good luck, kids. Yes, this is the news that the UK is still in the midst of the coldest winter for 30 years. A headmaster in Hampshire claims some pupils are struggling to make it into school because of the bad weather. He said of the 320 sitting maths A-level, 280 were in the exam hall when the exam started. Another 30 turned up 20 minutes later. 4 people went to the toilet, but only 3 returned. Then 42 left the building. How many were there at the end of the exam? Many people in the north have been bulk buying food because they're fat, greedy bastards.
What's that about? Well, just because people are buying milk and bread, we like milky bread. What's that?
Milky bread, yeah, bulk buying in Greggs.
We love it. Greggs is still open. They don't care if it's snowing. It's great. You can just slide straight in and put a pasty straight in your mouth.
Sean, what do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
The recession is over. We've got a growth this week was revealed of 0.1%, which means the economy's growing it's growing about as fast as my toenails. That's
I'd like to see that graph in The Independent.
0.1%. If I hadn't have bought that big bottle of Coke...
And that's what brought us out of recession.
I think it's that, and the fact that Susan Boyle had her back waxed.
Stephen, you're kind of a US film star. You live in Hollywood, don't you, most of the time? Has the recession affected you at all?
He was in Big Brother, of course it has.
Thank you.
Michael, has the recession affected you? Because you're obviously, you know, you're producing theatre these days. Are people not going out?
It affects everywhere, doesn't it? And what is sad is that we were first in the recession and we're last out. It's wrong.
That is wrong. It's like an orgy, isn't it? You don't want to be last out at an orgy.
What's your best experience in that?
There was this one particular time when Stephanie Beacham read the most erotic part of the Bible, which is the Song of Songs.
Yes, the most erotic part of the Bible.
Right.
That's the bit I go to if I'm feeling lonely.
Yeah.
That's why they put it in the drawer of the hotel. In case you haven't got money for that channel, you can go, hang on, Song of Songs. It was only a joke, but go on.
It was only a joke. I have a feeling you're going to be saying that again sometime.
Oh, yeah. Are you saying I'm damned to hell,
Yeah.
Stephen Colgan? Let's just clarify this.
Yeah. I've just got a picture of you being damned and on fire.
I'll be honest with you, Alan, I think me and the devil would get on. Yeah. Come back to the story, because she was reading the most erotic bit of the Bible, because I thought you had a bit of a crush on her.
She has this voice. She got very into it.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't too long after that I was evicted. So it all worked out just great.
When you say evicted, that means what I think it means.
What does that mean?
Basically, it's something to do with your knob, if Jimmy said it.
84 shows in, it looks like Sean's broken the code. So Jason, Laura and David, what do people find irritating, annoying and offensive?
Is it smoking?
Smoking, people find that irritating?
I've never smoked, but I do. If I did smoke, I would like to maybe smoke a pipe. When you see a fella with a pipe, it gives him a little bit of thinking time, a little bit of gravitas, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, ask us a question.
Which continent is Italy in?
Europe, right? Look stupid, don't I? Watch it with the pipe, right? Ready? Ask me again.
Which continent is Italy in?
Europe.
That's a good point, yeah.
What about MP's expenses?
They've all been told today that they have to pay back, like, is it £80 million?
No.
£800 million.
No, £80.
One man, he claimed MP, he claimed for a duck island. No, ducks can swim, they don't need an island.
Yeah, that was the problem with that.
Yeah, it's like buying a ladder for a magpie, isn't it?
It's
mental, isn't it?
Or an aqualung for his koi carp. You know, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, this could go on and on.
Or like a spade for a worm. Or it's like buying... Wait a minute. No. I'll come back to you.
I've met Gordon Brown's wife quite a few times, and she's really lovely. And she's invited me to the house for breakfast 3 times, and I've said no because I just think it's going to be boring. Like,
Maybe you'd like to be strapped into a gyroscope, do you mean, and just span round? This is more like it!
I would just
Now
like
turn
it
on the foam cannon.
Okay.
I love it round here.
I just honestly thought that it would just be boring. This is a normal, what do you call it, like a mason terraced house? Like, it's just on the street.
It's number 10 Downing Street.
Doesn't matter what's inside, really. What's going to be inside? It's just a normal house.
It's number 10.
Yeah, but so it's going to have this brown table and brown chairs.
It's not a normal house. Because his name's Brown, everything isn't brown. He's not Mr. Brown. I can't believe you're a teacher. Someone get me social services on the phone. We're pulling those kids out of there. What do you think people use the internet for?
Well, Carol, you're on the internet.
I'm on the internet all the time. I tell you what I do. I shop on the internet. I buy absolutely everything on the internet.
I find it weird when they do that thing where they sort of suggest other things that you might like to buy because of what you've bought previously. Like, I bought your DVD at Christmas, right? And then it said, you like Jimmy Carr's DVD, you might also like a Police Academy 5 assignment Miami Beach.
Whereas actually, you'd be more likely to like Mission to Moscow, which is the 6th in the series.
But you were great in both of those films, so...
David, do you buy anything on... You buy eBay stuff, don't you?
I recently bought on eBay a 5-foot actual-size inflatable giant penguin. And it's the first time ever in my life I have thought, wow, when my parents were my age, they had 2 kids in a house, and I have an actual-size 5-foot
The thing I love about internet shopping is when it gets delivered and you're not in, and you get to go and pick it up from an industrial estate 7 miles from your house. And on the way back, you have to drive past the shop you could have bought it from in the first fucking place.
Tony Blair is going in front of the Iraq inquiry, which is a very good booking for them. He's quite a big star. I think they've got Elvis Costello doing the music and 4 puffs and piano, so it should be a good show. And Blair has got security to keep Blair. It's £6 million a year security to protect Tony Blair. And I was thinking, if someone was spending that on me, I'd lie awake at night thinking, you know, if they have to spend £6 million to stop people killing me, I must be a right bastard, mustn't I?
I have a question. In America, when this sort of thing happens, it's because political parties are trying to make each other look bad. Is that what's happening here?
It's basically that he didn't have a mandate when he was elected. He has a mandate for certain things. He has a mandate to protect the country, but he does not have a mandate to change the regime of another country that he doesn't like or that he's agreed to. And that's basically what will come out of this inquiry, or not. Probably not.
Can't think of an odd gag for the end of that,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I can only...
Oh, Titty Funny! So there we go.
I've been very interested to hear about Jordan and getting married to Alex.
Alex something. I never thought there would be 2 people who were 2 Dak in down market to get married in Vegas.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? I imagine the Elvis Presley impersonator that married them went, this is bad. This is a new low.
They didn't write their own vows, but they did do some colouring in.
Is she Jordan or Katie Price now? Because I remember she was Jordan and then she went, no, I'm a bit classy now, I'm Katie Price. But now she's married a cage fighter.
I'm suspicious. She's gone back.
She's back to the...
I'm interested in
boobs and that.
Well, who isn't?
Tell us
They
more.
are. They're fascinating.
I love them.
There you are.
I think that's why he married her. When he can't get to the gym, he can just go...
Yes, this is the news that KG Price has married Alex Reid in a secret ceremony in Las Vegas. It was a secret ceremony with just the sun, the star, the mirror, OK, hello, grazia, He'd Take a Break, TV Quick and Puzzler magazine present. Winning Celebrity Big Brother and marrying Jordan, Alex Reid can't remember a more exciting week or the last 3 digits of his telephone number. Sean, Gabby and Johnny, your turn to guess. Most memorable sporting moment.
I think, for me, something that was... I always loved the London Marathon anyway. I think it's the most beautiful, you know, mass participation event, people running for all these different reasons. It's the most wonderful movie, and you got that theme tune. And they had it in slow-mo, just seeing Paula Radcliffe reach down, pull aside a gusset and have a shit on the moon.
Interesting thing, I'm running ahead here, but what if someone catches me up? I'll leave it behind me so they slip on it like Mario Kart. Now, when you play Mario Kart and you leave a banana behind you.
It's not slipping, though. Imagine you've run a marathon, you've run 21 miles, you're chasing someone in front, and you run up and you see a log, you think, she's even stopped to have a shit. That's how far ahead she is.
Right, what else do the nation find irritating, annoying and offensive?
Is it noise? Is it noise? Is it noise?
Stop it.
Is it noise? Is it repetitive noises? People keep making noises.
Call the doctors. He's lost it.
Is it noise, Jimmy? Will you say something, you fucking robot?
Noise pollution, innit? Noise pollution, innit?
Noise
I
pollution.
think people take it a bit too serious. I was in the...
What, noise?
I was, yeah. Like, people go on
People
about
take
it.
noise too seriously.
Have you ever been in the quiet carriage of a Virgin train?
Yes.
Oh, they're brilliant. If you like tutting, you are in luck.
I was in there the other day, right, and I was watching Curb Your Enthusiasm on the old laptop there. I got the earphones in, I was having a little chuckle. This woman come over and she went, "Can you stop laughing?" How miserable do you need to get to when somebody's laughter is hurting your ears?
You shouldn't have been using it in the quiet carriage. Not even
I
on
had
it. Not even
earphones
on
in.
it. Doesn't matter when you've got
It does.
headphones in. You can still hear it.
No, you can't.
Of course you can.
No,
Have you
you
never
can't.
heard somebody on the train with headphones in? You can still hear what they're doing.
That's R&B, not bloody Jewish humour.
It doesn't matter what it is. R&B isn't louder than Curb Your Enthusiasm if the volume level's on the same thing.
Yeah, he's right. Imagine if you were watching 8 out of 10 Cats and you just heard me going, "Is it noise? Is it noise?"
Google have come out and threatened to pull out of China.
It's not just Google, is it? Like, over there, you can't even get YouTube. There's 1 billion Chinese people who have never seen that fat bloke pretending he's a Jedi. I just thought it was a good idea to start sending spam porn emails. Like, you're already on the internet. I don't need you to go, "Do you want some porn?" I wasn't thinking about it, but now you've mentioned it, yes, I do.
You two look at a lot of porn, don't you?
Yeah.
You're not getting... There's much more to life. Young lads like you should be out on a windswept hill with a kite. Have you never played table tennis? It's a marvellous game. You should get out of the house, have a game of table tennis or something like that.
So are you a big Twitter fan then, Sean?
There's someone pretending to be me on Twitter.
There is, yeah.
Someone pretending to be you on Twitter?
Yeah.
How grumpy are they?
Someone sent me something and they said, "Hey, do you want to stop it?" I went, "No, if they want to pretend they're me." I just think what a sad state their life's got into.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you could pretend to be anyone, why would you pretend to be a grumpy, middle-aged man with a hangover?
David, what are you on? Facebook or...?
I mean, I don't use... well, yeah. I mean, the main function of Facebook is to look at pictures of your ex-girlfriend on holiday with her current boyfriend and look through 200 photographs till you find one where she's just got a slight look of regret in her eyes.
Doubly funny when you know it's true. Facebook is a great way to meet new friends and organise your social life. Or, if you're in a hurry, you can just have your identity stolen and let the new you worry about all that. Hang on, let me just grab this. This is... These are fake Sean Locke tweets. This is the guy that's been twittering pretending to be you.
Brilliant.
Didn't someone once say it takes 42 muscles to frown and even less to smile? Well, it only takes 7 to pull the trigger on a sniper rifle.
read some out.
Oh,
as
can you
Sean.
do
Go
that
on then,
one?
yeah.
That bottom one. Which one? Can you do the bottom one in Sean's voice, please?
Just bought a beautiful Elvis Presley Dan Buster's clock plate advertised in the paper. Be worth a fortune one day.
That must be the first time in history there's a 13-year-old girl trying to be a middle-aged man.
So, those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, it's been announced that there'll be a special bank holiday in 2012 to mark the Queen's Diamond Jubilee. What better way to commemorate the Queen's 60 years on the throne than by spending the day sitting on your arse doing fuck all? And former government spin doctor Alistair Campbell has appeared in front of the Iraq inquiry. Sadly, the inquiry failed to ask Alistair Campbell the key question we all wanted to know the answer to. How do you sleep at night, you fucking monster? And cold callers annoy us. You pick up the phone and it's a strange foreign voice you don't recognise, babbling about something you're not interested in. Mr. Jimmy, I have your baby now. Please send the money. I just put the phone down. Our next round is pick of the polls. OK, Sean's team, what do you like the look of?
I like the look of the kid with the fingers.
OK, you've chosen the child. Here is a clip for you to watch.
My name is Short. Hello and how do you do? I can say how happy I am here to be with you. I am a canny Mary and I live in Cooper 5. I'm not too old for sweeties, but I'm too young for a wife. Go on your sail, and I'm off for the Shinbarna at the end of the year. I'm off for a bit of crack, the singing and the cheer. I'm awful shifty, but a man of 50. I'm not 50, catch me if you can. My name is Dan, so I'm your man. I just skimmed in for the eye in the sky. I'm no very big, but I'm awfully shy. A lassie shout when I go by. Doll, where's your choosers?
That was Frankie Boyle in 1986. So the question is, 23% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent.
An extraordinary talent. I know, what is an extraordinary talent?
Well, you know, they think they're a fabulous singer, fabulous dancer, just talented.
2 of my kids can fly. And the other one can't.
The other one, it turns out.
Yeah.
That
So
went
I don't
badly.
let the other 2 fly. I say you'll just upset the other one. whatever its name is. When he's out there, I go, go on, fly. He's coming back in. Get down. So, yes, if you call that extraordinary, then, yeah, guilty as charged.
You've picked the man sitting by the pool. Your question, in a poll to find the best thing about the 80s, the Rubik's Cube came second. What came top?
Top of the
Disco
pops.
dancing, top of the pops, Dallas.
Best thing about the 80s?
It was Karen Powell.
Karen Powell?
Yeah.
Who was she?
It's the girl I got off with. She let me do everything.
Jimmy,
yes.
Can you give us a clue?
I can give you a bit of a clue. Yeah, it was a televisual event for most people.
Oh! Live Aid! Live Aid!
I'm going to claim for that. I'm going to look a right dick on the claim form, aren't I? How did the injury happen? I just got hit by someone being a bit overly camp. You just like that skin because it's like the ball bag skin, don't you?
Do the majority of our studio audience believe in extraterrestrials?
What's your definition of an extraterrestrial?
Well, terrestrial is like BBC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Extraterrestrials like Men and Motors, UK Living. Have I misunderstood this question?
Aliens, basically aliens.
What I don't understand about aliens is they travel millions of light years. They never come and meet the president or anything, do they? It's like, oh no, I'm going to hang out with some rednecks and have sex with them in the night.
Maybe they're more like you than you think.
Looking at this picture, why don't you get fat aliens? I mean, they can eat anything they want, can't they? They're aliens.
Jabba the Hutt, he was fat.
Yeah.
He wasn't an alien.
He was?
He wasn't.
What was he?
He wasn't real.
So you mean real
Talking about
aliens?
real ones, like this one
real
here.
30% of people think what should be banned from pubs?
Is it pork scratchings?
Pork scratching banned from pubs? No.
Pork scratchings.
Yeah. Pork scratchings, what they are, they're bits of the pig. They're like the skin of the pig, and they're cooked. They're crackly. Basically, it's like a pig jigsaw. You get them all together, you can actually make a pig.
Pigsaw, yeah.
Pigsaw.
Eat them.
Yeah.
Imagine me dating this guy. Where we go? We're going to go eat pigs, jigsaw pigs on the date.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
I don't
no,
think
we're
he's
not.
asking you out, Janice.
I'm just imagining in
He's
my
just telling you what
mind.
pork scratchings are.
Yeah, but we would go out, and I'd give you a pint of bitter and say, eat that, or you're not getting a lift home.
I'd do it.
Yeah. No, they're
I'd fuck you in the
delicacy. They're
taxi.
really nice with bitter. What?
I'd fuck you in the taxi hard.
Right, OK.
I'd ride you hard all the way home.
Really?
Right. Wow.
Just remember what my other kid can do. The other one, the one who can't fly, though, can do something quite extraordinary.
What can he do, Sean?
You know, he can walk on one hand, like that, on his fingers, like in cartoons. And I tell him, don't do that when the other two are in. But that's it. Can't read or write, either of them.
23% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent, so you're going to go for true or false? Sean?
True, yeah, let's go true.
True. OK, you're going true. What are you going to go for?
What do you
I
reckon?
think false.
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 Yeah, we'll go false then.
False.
You go false. I can tell you the answer is false. In fact, 42% of parents think their child has an extraordinary talent. I tell you who I think was a talented child. Do you remember little Michael Jackson from the Jackson 5? He was incredible, wasn't he? Whatever happened to him? Oh, right, OK. Did he? And then 40 million albums. And then? He did what? Yeah, everyone likes children. Oh, I see. But I could go and see him live? All right. Well, I better just kick on then. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Most common reason to wake up in the night.
I know what wakes me up in the night. Those rumble strips on motorways.
Waking up thinking you need a really giant piss, but then discovering when you get to the toilet you only need a thimbleful. And then catching sight of your bloated, middle-aged carcass in the mirror of the bathroom and thinking, what happened to that young lad, that Shropshire boy, so full of hope?
Most common social faux pas.
Is it saying goodbye to somebody and then walking in the same direction for a bit? I'll see you later, all right?
I know a real bad one from my point of view, because I'm lucky enough to fly in a jet. My little daughter, Isabella, she's 3. She's never flown on a commercial plane before, and we went to Barbados. And then walking on the plane, we're getting taken to our seats. And she turns around and says in the loudest possible voice, "Daddy, what are all these people doing on our plane?"
Did you just put some money in her mouth?
My daughter's never been on a commercial plane. Imagine people watching Channel 4 on a Friday night are thinking, oh, finally someone we can relate to. Most annoying thing about new technology. Go on.
The most annoying thing about new technology is that whatever you get, and no matter how great you think it is, in 6 months' time there'll be one that's 15 times better than it out for half the price. So, like, you're there with your phone, check out my new phone, and then you meet someone about 2 weeks later and they go, oh, yeah, mine's got invisibility cloaking device on it.
Yeah. I have seen your phone, though, and your phone is spectacularly bad.
I brought my phone into a shop recently, and the guy went, this is from 2004! And he got the guy here, look, it's from 2004! Like, it's the oldest thing he had ever seen. It was like, 2004!
Did he get all the other phones to come and meet its dad? Come and meet your dad!
OK, most annoying thing about technology.
DVD players that don't play all regions of DVD.
Oh.
You don't play all regions of DVD, you are racist.
Best way to discourage burglars.
A dog.
That's a crazy answer.
Yeah.
Dog? That's mental.
Beware of the dog sign is number 9 on our list.
That only works for cat burglars, though.
Good night, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we've had a call in from the 2 Ronnies. They want it back.
Is it a mutt? Is number 1 a mutt? The best way to discourage burglars is a mutt.
I don't know if you can say moat properly. I'm guessing that you're trying to say moat, but you're saying mert. Like a goldfish that's got learning difficulties.
Shall I say it like you say it?
Yeah.
All right. Moat.
No. What is the poshest sport?
Quidditch. Because it's not only posh, like, played by posh people, it's expensive as well. Those, like, flying sweeping brushes and that, they're like 45 quid second-hand, you know what I mean? And who wants a second-hand one? You know someone's died on it, so...
Poshest sport?
Gotta be the equine sports, dressage.
Oh.
Dressage. Who did dressage at school? Who did it? I mean, we keep on saying we've got... Exactly. Who went to school and the teacher turned around and said, listen, kids, got PE on Wednesday. Don't forget your pony. If you don't bring your pony, you got to do it in your vest and knickers. Like that.
No, what happened? Is that the one where they just walk around showing off that they've got an horse?
They got a horse that can dance.
Yep.
They've got a horse that can dance. It's like sort of quite... It's like,
do you know,
it's like that, but with a horse.
It's called...
That is going to be
actually.
Greatest idea ever.
Don't tell him.
I'm invested in Levi Roots. Who must have heard of reggae sauce?
Big time, yeah. I walk past it all the time.
He's the most...
Oh, yeah, Muscat. No, I'll go with something I trust and know. That's what
I've got a sauce.
That sounds horrible.
I've got a sauce. It's called Sean's Secret Sauce. Coming out, it's a very secret recipe. I make it at midnight when I'm drunk. I switch the lights off in the kitchen. I just make it like that. Some weeks it's delicious. Some weeks it's poisonous. So I'm going to make loads. I'm going to make millions. Because if you talk to Levi Roots, a fellow saucier...
Well, he sung for his sauce. Do you remember that? He put some music in my food today. Give me some reggae sauce.
Yeah.
Nice. What's your song?
My song. Sean Sauce. I think they should get rid of red and yellow cards, definitely, and replace them with purple and green ones. I just prefer those colours. Most of the managers are Scottish, and when Scottish people say purple, it's quite funny, isn't it? They go, purple. Alex Fergus, I'm furious about that purple.
Most hated profession?
How about popcorn sellers at cinemas? How much? Popcorn?
That's my favourite thing about going to the cinema, like trying to keep a straight face when you go, £8.50 for a Coke and popcorn.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's very reasonable.
It's hyperinflation, isn't it? It's like...
Have you not been to a normal shop? Scariest fairy tale character?
Is it Hannibal Lecter? I remember my dad used to read that to me every night. And he said, and he ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Good night.
I tell you what, the other one I ate, Jill from Jack and Jill. She was a clumsy bitch, wasn't she? He's fallen down the hill, right? And then she's made the exact same mistake, fallen down, landing on her, and then he's broken his crown and she's gone, I know what'll fix that, a bit of brown paper and vinegar. You're like, Germaline, you daft sod, Germaline!
OK, I'll give you a clue. Think Gingerbread House.
The witch from Hansel and Gretel.
It's the witch with the oven and all of that going on.
It's the right answer.
Yeah.
Yes, the scariest fairy tale character is the witch in Hansel and Gretel. In the original fairy tale, the witch who eats children represents acute postnatal depression, and the gingerbread house represents cravings during pregnancy. Hansel is the male generative force, the sperm, the son of the wood chopper or penis. Gretel is the egg. The enchanted forest is pubic hair. The warts on the witch's face are an STD. Cinderella is a whore, the gingerbread man is gay, the beanstalk is a giant cock, Little Red Riding Hood is the clitoris, and Goldilocks fucks animals. Any questions? Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.